Thursday, 2025. This is the CHamoru Land Trust Commission business meeting. I would like to first start with the illustration. This meeting is now called to order. Roll call. Commissioner Earl Benito. Caribbean Vespucci.
Present.
Jeremy Rojas.
Present.
Joseph Artero Cameron.
Present.
Joseph B. Cruz Jr.
Present.
Attorney Ronald Miller.
Here.
Certification public notice requirements, Guam Daily Post, July 10, 2025, and July 15, 2025. The Guam Public Notice website, https notices.guam.gov. Approval of the minutes of June 6, 2025. This is a special meeting.
Madam Chair, may I? Pertaining to the approval of the minutes for the June 6th, is that what we're on?
Yeah, that's on the
Okay.
agenda.
On page 7 of 12, item D, 11D, it says motion passed 4-0. The motion passed was 3-0. I did not vote. So I just want to make a correction.
What page?
7, item 11D. That's the only correction I want to have. For the
Page 7,
page
11.
7, 12, 11D.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, we're
could I ask-
going into a different meeting, right?
Well, he's referring to a different meeting.
Yeah.
We'll just do the 6th.
yeah, that one was from this,
That was our
yeah, that was from the later
working
meeting.
session.
That's the June 19th.
Anyway,
6.
the June 6th, 2025. Are there any questions on the minutes?
And the one you're talking about is on June 19th.
Madam Chair, may I?
Sure.
I just earlier misspoke about the board meeting. It was not the June 6th, so the correction should be it was the June 19th.
Page 7 of 12,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's
11D.
11D as in doctor.
Yes.
That was the motion.
Should have passed 3-0.
Anything else on the
Well,
minutes?
since we're on the June 19th meeting, item number 13, it says here, Charlene Mayo made a motion to request special meeting. I believe that was Commissioner Respicio.
Madam Chair, this is Jojo. I have a really bad voice connection here. It's a lot of days, and I'm just hearing kind of like echoes.
Try logging out and logging back in.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that now. It's just taking me some time, sorry. Yeah, give me a second, okay? Thank you.
Yes, page 10. Yes, the June 19th meeting.
Commissioner Rhodes, is that on page 10 of 12?
Page 10 of 12, June 19th meeting, item number 13.
Yes.
It should read Commissioner Respicio rather than Charlene Mayo.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but can Commissioner Garrido repeat the error that he found on the June 19 meeting? The page and the number? I don't see nothing.
I'm in a board meeting right now. I'll call you later.
Yes, the first. Carmen.
It says 3 to 0.
I'm back in, thank you.
Okay, you did, because you come, but this is the one that's 3 to 0. You didn't.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it wasn't highlighted. I don't know if you want to explain.
Madam Chair, this is Jojo, I'm back in.
Yes,
Can you hear us better now?
Yes, much clearer, thank you.
okay, I need a motion to accept the meeting.
Madam Chair, I'll motion to accept the minutes, subject to corrections.
I need a second.
I second the motion.
All in favor, say aye. Motion carried. Since we did the 6th and the 19th, we would go to the administrative director's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I proceed with my report, I just want to disclose to the board that there was a publishing error on the part of the Guam Daily Post. The initial publishing did not include item E under new business. So with that, however, they did publish on a Saturday, but that won't meet the open law requirements, so we, after consulting with Attorney Miller, the board will not be able to discuss item E under new business. Initially, the Post didn't publish the approved print. There was an error on their part.
Which part of the agenda are you saying was left out? I'm sorry,
Under new business, item E.
item one?
E for echo.
It's the designation of a new public information officer.
Okay. I don't think you need to, on new business, you can always add new business.
He's saying, if I understand you correctly, Commissioner Cameron, are you saying that the new business doesn't need to be published? We can always add?
No, what I'm saying is you can add to new business under Robert's rules.
Just to ensure that we comply with the open government law, as we discuss the bills, the board can also include who would be the designated PIO per se, who would represent the board at those public hearings. And then we'll pick it up, we'll make sure that on the August, we check and recheck to make sure that the publication is correct.
So are you saying we can or cannot discuss it?
We cannot. However, if the board feels that the board would like representation on behalf of the board, as we discuss old business A to E, the board can, in their motion, designate a board member to represent them at those public hearings.
Okay. So that can be still entertained
Yes.
in another fashion. Is that what you're saying, Joey Cruz?
Correct.
Okay, so I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to accept the agenda, inclusive of what our executive director had just indicated in reference that an old business was discussed before the selection of a public information officer for the commission. That's my motion.
Madam Chair, right now we're on the Administrative Director's report, so we should continue with that.
Okay.
And then the next item is just some housekeeping rules. In the past, the board has voted, just a reminder for everybody, each board member or public speaker, there's a time limit to 3 minutes per individual. And the last item before my report is Attorney Miller would have to leave the meeting at 4 p.m. if it should reach that time. Okay, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, Commissioners, the first item on my director's report is under administrative. I'm proud to say that the procurement of our new CLTC official vehicles has been completed, a purchase order has been awarded. We should be receiving those vehicles, I believe, in 90 days. The next item is the procurement of a mail meter machine. The mail meter machine will enable us to create a more efficient and effective process in sending out certified mails instead of the process we have today. It's only because the procurement for a certain amount has closed and we're not able to until October 2025. The next item is our office space lease. Again, because this amount exceeds a certain threshold, CLTC will commence the procurement in October 2025.
Are you thinking of changing your office or
No.
just to renew the lease?
We're gonna have to issue a new IFB. It depends who's the successful bidder. It may not be ITC, it may be another vendor. We have exhausted all our options to renew for the current lease. We're currently here on a holdover cost. The next item is CLTC and GALC's FY 2023 independent financial audit has commenced. There was a delay, not because of a know-how, we're highly capable of that, but it was more of access to our QuickBooks financial software that we had issues with. The next item is on August 11, 2025 at 10 a.m. I will be meeting with Mr. Tomas Lynch, a representative from RCAC. We'll be discussing the MOU between USDA, Rural Development, and CLTC, which we currently have. I believe it was since 1998. The new requirements of having an escrow account to be able to receive loan funding from USDA, USDA's Water and Wastewater Disposal Program, and SUDA. And then the last item under administrative, we received a letter dated July 11 from Governor Lou Guerrero requesting for assistance in identifying potential suitable lots for the designated staging site for junk vehicles prior to their disposal. In our August meeting, we'll ensure that that's a line item up for discussion, and we'll present possibly what parcels the board can consider in regards to Governor Guerrero's requests. The next items from my report is the residential agriculture regarding the $9 million appropriation. Item 1 is I have weekly Tuesday meetings with the Department of Land Management. The second draft MOA has been sent back to DLM for some edits. We anticipate that the cost will increase, not drastically, but nonetheless, we have a timeline and expectation that the MOA will be finalized by the August 2025 meeting, so we can present it to the board for approval. The next item is GPA. We recently had another meeting with GPA. We've learned that in order to install main leader lines in the various tracks that have been presented, it will have to be triggered by an application, so we're working through that. The first track that we're focusing on is track 15344 in Manila. Again, we anticipate the cost to increase, not dramatically, and we hope to provide more updates by the August 2025 board meeting.
Mr. Cruz, whose verbiage is that? Main leader lines? Or is that supposed to be main distribution lines?
That's mine. I could have use meter lines instead of distribution lines. It was my note taking.
Okay, thank you.
The next item is GWA. I believe we shared the implementation plan with all commissioners. The draft of the MOA is in progress. There is an increase in cost, which again, we will be presenting to the board in August 2025 with hopes of the MOA being completed, the final draft for the board approval. Madam Chair, Commissioners, that's all of my director's report.
Does anyone have any questions?
So
Regarding
for-
his report?
For item 1.6, you will provide a proposal for our next meeting with regard to the governor's request.
Potential parcels for consideration, correct?
Going into old business, bill number 7-38 core.
Madam Chair, Bill 7-38 is an act to repeal and reenact a new subsection 75-122C2 and add a new subsection 75-122D and subsection 75-122E to Chapter 75 of Title 21 Bond Code annotated relative to requiring the CHamoru Land Trust Commission to solicit competitive bids for the mass grading and mineral extraction of a portion of Lot 5412 in Manila. Upon reviewing this bill, there are some concerns we had internally. The bill does not speak to what if topsoil will be included. We did some research, and aggregate material is material used to mix to form or create cement. So our concern is the topsoil. If CLTC should be able to earn revenue from the topsoil, that should be removed.
Should be removed
Yeah,
here? Oh, if it should be removed
From the property.
From the grading, okay, it's not in the bill.
correct.
So you're saying we should add topsoil to it?
Yes.
What is the price of topsoil?
At this time, we're not aware, but we can do some research and figure that out. However, also,
Executive Director Cruz,
yes, sir.
can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Yeah, you were mentioning something to that effect, whereas Bill 738 provides for the CHamoru Land Trust Commission with a revenue generating opportunity through mineral extractions, right? And that's in the form of a bid, correct?
Correct.
However, after having reviewed the bill, I do have the same concerns that I would like to express. And I really feel that I'm sorry, just something is going on with my computer. And I have some concerns that I would like to express. First of all, the requirement, right, for at least one large pad for a public service building. In addition to a specified number of homestead lots. That is concerning to me, very much so, only because I believe that the CHamoru Land Trust Commission should not be restricted to specific use of the property. You know, as there are really existing laws that I am aware of that outline the processes we should follow for leasing and a process we will take into determining the highest and best use Am I correct, Mr. Executive Director?
Correct.
So that being said, I do have a second issue, that the bill states that the CHamoru Land Trust Commission will not receive any revenue. I repeat that the CHamoru Land Trust Commission will not receive any revenue from the removal of materials deemed unsuitable, and they use that crafty word aggregate. And so if you were to go into Funk and Wagnall and all the other dictionaries, aggregate, I found that aggregate materials include sand. Am I correct, Mr. Executive Director?
Correct.
Does it include gravel?
Correct.
And are there other materials used for mixing cement?
I believe so.
So I suggest that we consider for a fee for topsoil, like you said, as I would believe it is of equally valuable. Is that correct?
It has value.
So that's a hidden misnomer of sorts. There's a third one, Madam Chair, if I would please. The bill mentions that if any property, for that matter, surveys or assessments reveal that there are endangered species. I'm very familiar with this because I dealt with it in my last job for 10 years. And any other resources for which there is no economically viable mitigation, I don't want to use the word mitigation. The awardee may cease further work and be released from all other obligations without penalty. This wording suggests, to me at least, that the work may begin, and this is part of the expression, asked backwards, this work may begin before all necessary permits and reports are obtained. At least this is my read of the bill, which raises my concerns. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Director Cruz? In our properties up north, more specifically like the Jigo area, do we have a good stockpile of topsoil?
I can't say for sure.
Because if we don't have a good amount of topsoil in our plots that are waiting to be leased out, then maybe the topsoil from this bill we can have set aside for our constituents. Because when they grade for construction, they might hit coral, and when they build the house, they won't have anything to grow a lawn on if there's no topsoil there. So instead of maybe selling, that we stockpile it and decide somewhere, and we utilize it for our tenants.
Because we were also gonna go into, it could be placed there for that specific area. Because once it's graded and extracted, all you really have is rock. I don't know what the board foresees what we're gonna use it for. But nonetheless, if there is homestead lots, they're gonna need some type of topsoil for your grass and all that other great stuff.
I have a question. Is there anyone gonna be monitoring the process when they start excavation?
So, Madam Chair, at the public hearing for this bill, I did make mention that there's a draft SOP that we've started to work on. Since the Office of Public Accountability had issued a report, and there was concerns. Of course, our draft SOP will be sent to Attorney Miller for his review. But based on our experience and what had happened with 7161-R1, commonly known as the Vaughn Raceway, in the draft, we're hoping the board will agree the requirement of topo surveys to be conducted at the beginning, at the end of every fiscal year, because this contract is gonna be a multi-year contract. also, we're gonna request that the board consider that professionals ascertain the amount of aggregate that's taken out. You can put a weigh station, you can put people to stand there and monitor, but who's to say that one didn't go left and two went right, right? Bottom line is when we hold these professionals to their ethical responsibility to ascertain that this is the amount that was there, we have a baseline of where we started, what was taken out, and we continue to track. Based on these reports, we take the DPW permit that would state how many cubic yards will be extracted. We can use that with an acceptable threshold of error, 5%, whatever it is, standard. I think that would be sufficient. Also in terms of invoicing, we'll invoice based on the report that's stamped, sealed, and signed by the company's engineer instead of the batching plant supervisor. Like I said, yes, the weigh station is another method, and it's a redundancy, and we could use that. But nonetheless, we need to understand what's our baseline, where we started at. So yes, the draft SOP will be sent to Attorney Miller sooner than later, and before the next board meeting, we should have a final to present to the board to apply to this type of activity for the monitoring and the invoicing of the extracted materials.
Madam Chair, members, our recommendation to the commission to try and capture all of these ideas into sort of one overall concept is that when the RFP goes out to see who wants to mine this land, that as part of each bidder's response, they include a plan that shows, here's what we're gonna start with, and when it looks like this, we'll stop, and what we will leave behind for the commission's benefit and use will be, it'll look like this, whatever this turns out to be, so that rather than frankly what you have at the raceway, which is just sort of a big open space that someday we'll spend the time, the money, and get the engineers in there to develop a plan. Let's have the plan first, and we'll mine to the plan, and when they've extracted to the plan, that's where it stops, and then the commission takes the land back and starts letting leases on the lots that are left behind.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's a very good comment. Then Mr. I'm not getting the reverb. Hold on. Are you hearing me with a reverb?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
So, am I better now?
Yeah, you're good now.
So, Madam Chair, I hear all these points that been brought up to our mind, and I think they're all sage responses. I would like to make a motion to support the intention of Bill 738 by authorizing the CHamoru Land Trust Commission to engage in a competitive bidding process known as an RFP, or for that matter, request for proposal, with the CHamoru Land Trust Commission determining the RFP specifications, and I think Attorney Miller is right in sync with this. Furthermore, and in line with what Attorney Miller was talking about, that the terms and conditions of the commercial lease that may be awarded to the successful bidder will really be determined by the CHamoru Land Trust Commission. That is my conclusion.
Madam Chair, members, under this agenda item, what we're really looking for is direction from the commission and identification by the commission of a messenger to the legislature to share with the legislature your collective view on Bill 7-38. To the extent you have a collective view, if you don't have a collective view, if a majority of you don't agree on on what your view on Bill 738, that's fine. The commission will have no joint view. But this agenda item is to explore whether the commission can coalesce behind recommendations to the legislature for what you'd like to see in Bill 7-38.
I think Commissioner Cameron expressed that, what we'd like to see in Bill 7-38. So I think the only thing that's missing in his motion, correct me if I'm wrong, is who will be the point person to present it. So if you can add that, Commissioner Cameron, that you will appoint yourself, or I would like to appoint you, or I would like to recommend you, that you will be the person to express the collaborative ideas for this bill. Because I believe it
Are
did
you
include your
requesting
recommendation of a
from
plan
me
and
to yield
in addition
and
to-
amend my motion?
What what I was hearing was what Commissioner Cameron wanted to see in an RFP.
Oh, I see.
What this agenda item is what you want to see in a piece of legislation.
So
I see that my motion was specific, that we support the intention of the bill by authorizing the CHamoru Land Trust to engage in a competitive bidding process or RFP, request for proposal. And with the CHamoru Land Trust Commission determining the RFP specs. And I think that is incumbent on the commission. Furthermore, the terms and the conditions of the commercial use may be awarded to the successful bidder will be determined by the CHamoru Land Trust Commission. And I think that's a wraparound proposal. That's the way I see it, and so that's my motion. I don't know if anybody will second it.
Can I make an amendment to the motion to include that Commissioner Cameron will also be the person to represent the board's direction on this bill? And I second the motion.
I accept.
amended and second.
Amended and seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Just another point before we move on. Director Cruz, can I ask you to please look into the commercial rates for aggregate sales? If they're being marketed at $5 cubic yard, then this is way below that benchmark, so at least we'll know what the commercial rates are going for, and then we can decide if we're going to insert a resolution towards this bill to be passed. Thank you.
Bill number 32-38, court.
Madam Chair, Bill 32-38 is an act to authorize the transfer of lot 5173-1-R2 new -R7 and lot 5173-1-R2 new -6 in the municipality of Tamuning from the CHamoru Land Trust Commission to the heirs of Francisco D. Perez, the original landowner. I believe there's some
Before moving on this issue, I want to just, for the record, mention that I have a direct relationship with the heirs of the property, and I would like to get from our legal counsel my role, whether I should abstain or will I still be able to vote in the matter.
What is your direct relationship?
The current heirs, grandfather and my grandfather were brothers. So they're my second cousins.
So, Madam Chair, members,
That's also me.
there are a couple different tests that the law asks members to consider as to whether or not they have a conflict. The simplest of those tests is whether you have a relationship with the beneficiaries within 3 degrees of consanguinity. That means you are the 1st degree, your children, brothers and sisters, and parents become the 2nd degree, your grandchildren or your grandparents would become the 3rd degree. So if the people who would benefit by having this land, the ownership of this land returned to them, if you have that type of relationship, if we drew it out on a chart, you should declare a conflict and not vote on this bill.
So are you within 3rd degree?
So is he by any chance, Attorney Miller, a third consanguinity, so therefore a conflict of interest would not be an issue?
Could you please say that again? The audio here was kind of choppy.
I was basically saying that if, in fact, the commissioner is saying that he is related in some fashion, I'm related to a lot of people myself here in Guam, San Rio, but I'm wondering if he falls under third consanguinity as far as like, you know, third cousins, first cousins, third removed, that becomes a third consanguinity by bloodline.
My understanding in drawing this out with Commissioner Garrido is he does not have, his relationship with the Perez family is farther than 3 degrees of relationship. But that is not the only concern that the law asks each of you to consider. The more subjective question the law asks you to consider is, will you derive some type of personal benefit by this, in this case, this bill becoming law? So forget about who your relatives are. If you own real estate that happens to be next door to this Oka Point property, and the consequence of the property getting back into the hands of the Perez family is the Perez family will develop it, yay, and as a result of their putting some type of wonderful development on the property, all the land that's in the neighborhood of their wonderful development likewise becomes more valuable, then you too should declare a conflict and not vote on the bill. That's a much more subjective test, but it is a question that the law asks you to ask yourself in these types of transactions.
So if I am not going to be a recipient to a gain on this subject matter, then I would not be conflicted to vote in the issue?
Commissioner,
Even as a commissioner for the CLTC?
the 2 tests are 3 degrees of relationship, or subjectively somehow you derive a personal benefit. If the answer to each of those questions is no, then you are free to vote.
Thank you.
So that being said, I take it that quite possibly our commissioner can actually vote.
Yes, my understanding is Commissioner Garrido is eligible to vote.
Yes, so based on that, I understand that Bill 3238 actually has sparked significant debate, to say the least. And I understand why. However, from my experience as a commissioner here with the Florida Land Trust Commission, I have seen firsthand how we can navigate intricate issues and arrive at resolutions that address the root of these conflicts. So our primary goal has always been to correct injustices of the past. I do know that. So therefore, I would like to formally motion in favor of Bill 3238 in its current form and intent, and supporting this bill is not just a step forward, it's an essential move towards making amendments and ensuring, making amends and ensuring a better future for all involved. That's my motion. If anybody wants me to repeat my motion, I'll be happy to.
Yes,
Yes.
Should you resolve?
I'm looking at my motion based on the fact that I realize, and I said this earlier, that there's been a spark of significant debate. We all know this, and I also understand why. And so, however, from my experience, just looking in as a commissioner, I've firsthand seen how we can navigate and this intricate issue and arrive at resolutions that address the root of these conflicts. I said that earlier, and that our primary goal has always been to correct the injustices of the past. That being said, I would like to formally motion in favor of Bill 3238 in its current form and intent. Supporting this bill is not just a step forward, it's an essential move towards making amends and ensuring a better future for all involved. That's my motion.
I have a question, Mr. Cameron, Direct Commissioner Cameron. Where do you live?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Maano sa Masagahaw.
Oh, where do I live? I live near GMA.
Known as what?
I'm sorry?
The area where you live.
I'm not sure I understand the question. How do you say that again?
The area where you live.
I live in Paris Hill, near GMH.
Okay. Attorney Miller, you mentioned about who can vote in the vicinity where the location is.
Madam Chair, the rule about 3 degrees of relationship, that's an easy rule. If
Yeah.
you're inside of 3, the law says don't vote. The second question, it is subjective for each member. There's, an infinite number of variables that could affect whether, in fact, you may benefit. Arguably, if the Paris family builds a giant hotel and you have a house next door, the value of your house may go down. I don't know. And so each voting member has to decide for themselves whether subjectively they have a conflict.
I don't think I have, subjectively, I don't have a conflict.
Okay, you put out a motion. Someone needs to second it.
I'll second the motion. Since I'm able to vote.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I
Motion carried.
Any discussion
Any discussion? No one?
I just have a comment on the bill, and just from the information that's been provided to the commission, it seems that the transfer of the property into the government of Guam is actually twofold. One was a sum of money was exchanged, and second, there was a promise of receipt for equipment in the value of about $2 million. I believe the sum of money was approximately $52,000. So, given that there was the promise of two exchanges, two items to be exchanged, one portion was executed, that was the receipt of the sum of money. The second portion, the receipt of the equipment, which is the greater value of the contract of $2 million, was never executed. So, really when you take a look at just the facts in this case, that it doesn't seem that the Paris family was really made whole with regard to the promises, whether they were verbal or written, that was promised to them by the governor at that time.
Madam Chair, we do have two representatives from the family, maybe we can call them up.
Sure.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Cameron. I know we voted on this matter, I know we're discussing more, and what I did fail to do was to comment, if you don't mind me doing a 2-minute comment, although I realize we've already passed this unanimously. Here we are, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, I'm gonna ask the Madam Chair if it's possible for me to say a 2-minute observation.
Just 2 minutes.
There you go.
Yeah,
Go.
go.
Okay, George, here we are, Madam Chair, we're 80 years later, and I'm sorry, I'm also a civil rights organizations person. I really have to tell you, America's colonizers, for that matter, the naval governance and Guam, over Guam, detrimentally, determinately made many CHamoru families by condemnation for military use. But in this case, Mr. Frank Perez, right, the defunto, the colonizers were embroiled with non-congruent communications. They didn't know their right from their left regarding the deal that was made to purchase Southern Point. And that being, I clearly see that there was a thief in the dark swooping right from underneath the feet of Mr. Frank Perez defunto when expectations were not met. So Governor Carlton Skinner, and I said this in the public hearing, when expectations were not met, Governor Carlton Skinner in his cash and the equipment that ranged up to $2 million, that was stated of the purchase of Southern Point. And so the equipment never materialized and a deed of sale consummated. So of course, this will go down in history as remaking of magnanimous and injustice placed upon defunto Frank Perez. So I'll close it by saying that ultimately, the price of blind justice lives on today when looking back to land takings and deals wrought of bad things, typical colonizers mistreating their subjects. So the inference of any lawmaker in this awesome body of the Guam legislature to retroactively compensate land and equipment that never materialized at today's or yesterday's value, as it was mentioned in this public hearing that we had, is irresponsible at best. These thoughts of nickel and diming the defunto Paris is an insult that is very dark within this articles of the legislature. So I close by saying it is sad, truly it is. The soul never dies. It returns to the universe. So the CHamoru Land Trust Commissioners felt compelled today to act in returning Southern Point to Frank D. Paris heirs, enjoining the universe's pulse. In fact, it returns to the universe's soul. It never dies. So we're now today enjoying the universal pulse. Thank you.
We'll also need an identification of a messenger.
Does that require a motion?
Yes.
I make a motion to identify Commissioner Cameron to be our messenger to public information in all regards.
All in favor, say aye. Or second first.
I'll second.
All in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Do you accept?
Can we have the family come up?
Sure.
Madam Chair?
I guess I have no choice.
That's right.
I just want to mention that Mr. Frank D. Perez started this economic development, this very spot we're on. It's part of history in this area. Greg, John,
Sir, you could just sign in and then state your name.
Absolutely, sir. If I may. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the commission, thank you. I am certain that, granted the controversies that may continue to arise, we believe that this is something that we have been looking forward to for multiple decades. When Governor Skinner first approached Manny Guerrero to find a location to build a hospital, very similar to the concept that the US Navy wanted for their hospital overlooking the ocean, good fun, convalescing vibes, if you will. They looked all over it, and they determined that there were certain places that were more ideal. Governor Skinner, albeit as Deputy Land Management, soon to be Governor Manny Guerrero, approached Manny Guerrero to see if they could find a place. He approached my father. My father wanted to see, obviously, a hospital that was far better than the hospital that the Navy was giving to the people of Guam, which is basically rusted out Quonset huts with a very specific barrier between that which the Navy gave to the people of Guam and that which the Navy used for their own personnel. There wasn't much there. And my dad loves his son. He wanted to make sure there was something out there for everybody. He gave a 100-foot wide road. In those days, who would have thought a 100-foot wide road was something that you wanted to do for any area on the island? But he wanted to make sure that no matter what, through the periods of time, there would be an uninterrupted pathway to that hospital, no matter what. When the hospital reached a certain point of reduced aesthetics, reduced maintenance, he started realizing that things were not going as they were intended, as they were having my dad envisioned. And then when the Department of Interior, I believe that's what it was, purchased the then Catholic Medical Center of the Marians, the Department of Interior then gave that property to the government of Guam. That property I'm talking about is the current GMH property in Tamuini. So the government did not even acquire that hospital there. It was granted to the government of Guam by the Department of Interior, who purchased it from the Catholic Medical Center. At that point, my dad said, maybe let's just start looking at things differently. What was agreed upon on a gentleman's agreement during a generation where a gentleman's agreement was, in my opinion, above a statutory level of enforcement. It was reneged, not by choice of the government of Guam, not by choice of Governor Skinner, but because of the intervening efforts of the US Navy. So he said, okay, let's take a look at this one more time. And it has reached this point today. We have continued through many governors, many legislative bodies, and again, through to this current governor, who we approached prior to any discussions of Manila being a site for a new hospital. So it's not as though some public opinion might say that the governor has put us into a position politically as to a manner so that she can ensure that the Manila site is the preferred site. We had nothing to do with that. And as far as a hospital on Guam goes, any hospital is better than no hospital, no matter where. Again, I thank the commission. Any questions?
Good luck.
Comments?
Thank you.
You have to
Thank
go
you.
before the legislature. You're welcome. A resolution will be sent on this?
We'll prepare a response for the messenger, the
Our unofficial
representative.
PIO.
Yeah. Based on what the board has motioned and voted on.
Bill number 4138.
Madam Chair, again, I'm going to recuse myself and excuse myself from this meeting until the board has completed their discussion. Mr. and Mrs. Taitano named in the bill are my great-grandparents, and I'm conflicting, so I'm going to recuse myself and remove myself from discussion. Mr. Glenn A., the acting land agent supervisor, has done all the work in relation to this bill, so he'll come up and explain and give you updates.
Before you go, are there any more pages to this bill? So we only got page 1.
Let me find out.
Can I make a motion to skip Bill 4138 and move to Bill 13138 until we receive the remaining pages necessary to address this bill?
I second the motion.
And then we can come back to it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Chair, although the motion was passed, I was trying to figure out, I kind of lost whole speed here. What was the purpose of moving away from Bill 4138? Is that permanently, or is that tomorrow, just today, or just come back?
The motion just to, just until the commission provides us the rest of the documentation necessary to discuss the bill. As it stands, we
Okay.
only have one page and it's not complete.
Oh, wonderful, okay, wonderful.
So we'll
Thank
just skip, we'll move to the next item, and then as soon as we receive the necessary documentation, we can revert back to Bill 4138.
Okay, thank you.
Bill number 131-38.
Madam Chair, Bill 131-38 is an act to authorize the CHamoru Land Trust Commission to sell a portion of lot 5174-REM-1, municipality of Tumuning, consisting of an area of 1,485 square feet, and to deposit the proceeds of the sale into the CHamoru Land Trust Infrastructure and Survey Fund. Just for a reminder, Mr. Kelly was present, I believe, a couple of meetings ago. There was a motion made that supported the intent of the bill, but because of that time, there was no bill number. Today, we're presenting the bill in its form, for the board's discussion.
So, Joey, you're saying that about 2 meetings ago, Mr. Kelly attempted to seek the commission's continued support for authorize the sale of portion of that lot. You're talking about 5174-REM-1?
Correct,
Am I correct?
that's correct.
And that's in the municipality of Tumuning, which consists of an area of approximately 1,400 square feet. I recall that a motion was made, and you're correct, to support the intent of that bill and it passed unanimously. But however, as you so stated, there was no bill number at that time. So with that in mind, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to support bill number 131-38 in its current form and intention.
Hold on. Legal,
Madam Chair, members, given that you have the actual bill in front of you, the section 2 of the bill authorizes the sale of property to the Kellys for fair market value. We assume that fair market value is the product of a couple of appraisals, and then we will average that and then figure out a per square foot price. But the bill itself doesn't tell us what fair market value is. So I assume that fair market value would be determined the way the commission typically would do it, but I point out that the bill itself doesn't define what fair market value is.
Do you recommend Attorney Miller?
Attorney Miller, you're correct, and I really appreciate your comment. And if you have any language that you would like to include into my motion of the concern of section 2, I would be happy to yield to your sage advice.
Madam Chair, members, yeah, we certainly can come up with some legislative amendment language that, it would simply say, for purposes of this section, fair market value means we get an appraisal, they get an appraisal, and you average them, and then take the per square foot price times 1,485.
But the appraisal must be paid for by the tenant, by the purchaser.
Yeah, we can certainly come up with some
Okay,
amendment language for the legislature before the bill goes to the
So the motion that I propose towards our commission members, Assistant Attorney General Miller, is not moved. It moves on, but with the full intent of looking at section number 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then a second motion, I don't know, it's up to the commission.
do we need to make an amendment to the
That's my
motion to include the, so I second the motion with an amendment to include the definition of a fair market value inclusive of the responsibilities for the appraisals to determine what the fair market value shall be.
Garnered or obtained by the purchaser, just to
Yeah,
obtain the
to
appraisal.
by
be
the buyer.
obtained and paid for by the buyer.
That sounds good. I accept
Okay.
that motion, that
Second.
amendment.
Yeah, I second, yeah.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
We're not going back to Bill, okay, people? Next.
Do you have second page or not?
Yes, I believe Dexter completed the
So-
copies. So Madam Chair, I will excuse myself and excuse myself in relation to the discussion on Bill 41-38. Mr. Glenn A., the acting manager and supervisor, will give you that.
You're recusing, I'm sorry, which bill are we on now?
41-38.
One?
We're back on
41.
4138.
Oh, So, I remember that Bill 4138 was, this is the bill we're talking about?
Yes,
4138.
Commissioner Cameron, can we get an explanation first from,
Is that, okay.
go ahead, Mr. Day?
Madam Chair, Commissioners. Bill 41-38 Core is an act to add a new J to 8105 of Chapter 80, Title 21 Guam Code annotated relative to transferring lots number 7100, 7102, 7103, and 7146 in Hanum in the municipality of Jigo, Guam, to the Guam as Central Land Use Commission. So, this item was, tabled, last, board meeting, because, and this was tabled by, Commissioner Garrido moved to table this discussion on Bill 4130 to allow more research, and motion was seconded by Commissioner Rojas. So, between that time to date, I was trying to get more research in regards to lot 7100. By doing so, I wanted to get the written testimony from the Attorney General's office and from the Central Lands. As of to date, those information hasn't been provided to us yet because they haven't uploaded to their system and it's not made available to the public. Therefore, I don't have any research or rather comments obtained from the other agencies and the AG office that can help us decide how we can move forward with this.
Thank you very much. After your research, and I'm gonna ask you a question, this is Commissioner Cameron. So after your research, you're thinking that the functions of the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission and that, we should come to an agreement that, to realize that their primary objective is to return land to its ancestral owners or their families, right?
Because I have not gotten a statement, a written statement from them, I don't know what is their intent or what they decided on, I can't comment on that. That was what I was waiting for.
Yeah, well,
But
that's unfortunate, that's very unfortunate, but
Yeah.
we're here again, once again, addressing a bill aimed at correcting the injustices of the past. With that in mind, it would seem to me that it would be easy to motion the support of this bill in its current form and intention. And that's my concern, because we should be coming to the table well organized and well informed. And I don't know that this is necessarily well informed. All I know is that the primary objective is to return land to its ancestral owners or their families. Am I correct, sir?
well, the objective for this bill was to take it away from our inventory to transfer to Guam Central Lands. And that being said, then it goes to the original landowners, right? So, but
I see.
we've got the history of that lot 7100 is in question was there an actual land taking? Was there eminent domain or condemnation? But when my research, finding that it wasn't through eminent domain or condemnation, it was by non-payment of taxes. So the naval government took the property away from that landowner from non-payment of taxes. So there's a difference between eminent domain and non-payment of taxes.
So with that in mind, I would like to make a motion, Madam Chair, to support Bill 4138 in its current form and intention. That's my motion.
Anyone wants to second?
Madam Chair, I think we should wait and get more accurate information before we make a commitment to this bill. I think it behooves us to wait and get evidence of what transpired before we move forward or reject this bill.
So no second,
No second. But I would like to
sure.
place my request to put this in the back burner until our next meeting. Hopefully we do get the necessary research.
So I've been getting a hold every week with the clerk and legislature, and as of to date, there's no information available made for us.
So basically, you're saying there will be no further information?
Until such time, yes.
What do you
The
mean, until
reason
such
for
time?
that is because they're making amendments to whatever, I don't know what amendments they're making, but until those are completed, then it'll be made publicly. so they can't release it until it's finalized.
Legal counsel, since he made a motion, do we,
So, to be precise, the Commissioner Cameron's motion fails for lack of a second. To be precise again, I take Commissioner Garrido's motion as a motion to table to the next meeting, and that motion requires a second.
motion to second
Yeah,
the table?
I just have a question. With regard, maybe this is a question for Attorney Miller. For CLTC, the lands that are within our inventory, are there any opportunities to make like a conservatory or, have lands that are set aside for, I don't know what it's called, like natural purposes? Are there opportunities for that, or is, the lands that are in our inventory are just for primarily to be subdivided, lotted out, and provided as lots for its beneficiaries?
Madam Chair, members, the important word in your question is primarily. Yes, primarily, you're supposed to be creating lots and facilitating the building of homes. However, you do have statutory authority to set aside land and to facilitate the construction of the kinds of other portions of a development that would be beneficial for residential housing. So you could set aside land for a school, you could set aside land for a park.
Or
You could-
preserve, for a natural preserve?
For a natural preserve. It would be, doing something other than, using the land for housing would be most appropriate in the context of a larger housing plan, or to say the opposite way. It would potentially be legally problematic if you simply took one parcel of land in your inventory and say, we're gonna set aside that parcel in its entirety for, open space, conservatory, arboretum, garden, and, no houses, no other CLTC authorized activities. We just,
I see.
arguably, you could get away with that, but that's the most problematic. The least problematic is if you identify 50 lots and you say, and then we'll take this acre and set it aside for conservation or wetlands or whatever.
Thank you, Attorney Miller, that's really a great comment on your part. I was just concerned about this particular bill, number 4138, that was sponsored primarily by Senator Joe Sanagstein. And I believe, does anybody on the table know if there was a public hearing on this already, or is there one close by? Because I'm just concerned that it does deal with our CHamoru Land Trust in our property anyways, in our inventory, and that it may make its way to the legislature, and we had no comments. And I'm just wondering, would we be able to come back to the table with the information that we're asking additionally for, that would allow the commission to, because the way I look at it, the legislature is gonna do what it's gonna do. They're the lawmakers, they might just go ahead and bump us off the pool car trail here and allow for this to happen, not having to see it a lot more. I mean, it's gonna pass on its own. And whether we want to as commissioners, I mean, we can be talking, what may happen in fairyland, but it's not, this is a real concern, this is very big. This is very, very big. This is parcels of land that was originally owned by the estate of John S.N. Taitano and Rosario F. Taitano, which is, I guess they call it Harlem. And this property is, I believe they're wanting it so that by law it transfers it makes its way to the Ancestral Lands Commission so that they may deed it back to them, because we can't do that, and apparently that's the gist of the law, so I'm okay, we're gonna table it, but, I'll leave it in the hands of the legislature.
Commissioner Cameron, would you consider an amendment to your motion to support this bill with the intention of the landowners satisfying the non-payment of taxes? I mean, that's the reason why the land was taken back, and,
How many years ago was that?
well, it has to be evaluated, because I don't think that it's right that if one body removes property because of non-payment, and then another body's just gonna give it back, and there's still no payment.
I
That's
would
not
yield to amend that motion, to accept your motion, Commissioner. I really do,
So I
Commissioner
second-
Speaker, I
it.
accept your amendment to that motion.
So I second your motion with the amendment that when the property transfers, that the families must, before the property transfers, satisfy the tax bill. And I also nominate Commissioner Cameron to be our unofficial PIO on this matter.
Well, legal counsel,
Nobody seconded his motion.
yeah, 1, 2, 3,
We're,
My motion's on the floor.
yeah,
It
Commissioner
has to be
Garrido's
enacted.
motion is still on the floor. If you want to,
take a vote.
well,
It has to be seconded.
if you wanna, if you wanna end it by declaring it fails for lack of a second, that's within your authority, or we can see if we can get a second.
Is there a second? There being none, it fails.
So can I go back to the first motion?
Yes, now we need any new motion.
Can you please restate your motion, Commissioner Cameron, with the amendment, suggested amendment?
I was mentioning that here we are once again addressing a bill aimed at correcting the injustices of the past. With that in mind, I would like to make a motion to support Bill 4138 in its current form and intention. And what you're wanting to do is you want to add on, for me to yield to include your discussion, and I will yield to that.
So I second the motion, and I also add that. Yes,
Maybe what you want to do rather than seconding the motion is you would like for the author, the proctor, which is me, to yield so that you can amend the motion, then second it.
so I request you to yield your motion to amend the motion to include the settlement of any property taxes, penalties, and interests that may have accrued on these lots before the transfer of the lots to the original landowner.
I accept and yielded earlier, and I accept your amendment, and you can move forward from it for a second, for my original motion set, and it can be seconded now, yes, you're right.
Okay, so that's my second.
I just wonder how old that tax bill is.
Well, Chairwoman Bardalio, I don't think that this commission is in a position to overturn any other body in the past. If lands were taken away for a particular purpose, are we just gonna ignore that? I don't
No,
think that
I'm
we
not,
should.
I'm not,
Yeah.
I agree that land shouldn't be taken away, but there are certain rules that the government runs.
If
So,
there's if there's like a look back period, you know, we should of course follow the law for the look back period. If they can only look back 10 years, then we, of course, we should follow that, you know, whatever, however the law stands. Because I think there may be a look back period.
that's why,
Yeah.
Commissioner Garrido wanted to wait and see what the research is.
So, in my amendment, it's whatever's outstanding. So if the look back period is 10 years, then it would be only the 10 years outstanding as an example, not the many additional years since the land was taken away.
Yes,
I question validity of it because we are not revenue tax. And we cannot dictate what the back taxes are in that property, and if we're going to look at it that way, I believe revenue tax should be the one trying to make that statement, because revenue tax, when they charge for penalty and interest, that's compounded daily. And if this property was taken 20 years ago, can you imagine how much penalties that we piled up? We're not the recipients to it.
So of course, it's with respect to the law, whatever the law that revenue tax operates under, it's with respect to the law.
I do believe after a certain period of time, the taxes are no longer due, and
Yeah.
we'd have to look up that specific statutes, but if it was a long time ago, likely that any tax due at the time when this was taken would not be,
Will not be
that's no longer be assessed, right?
The question too is, it was the US government that took over the property.
And then transferred to the government of Guam.
So we'll leave it to revenue tax to determine.
Yes, because like Mr. Guerrero had mentioned, that they're the one to determine the as far as back taxes and interest and penalties. And as far as I know, just from my understanding in the past, there's no limit on taxes. There's two things that you can't escape: the debt and taxes.
There's no statute of limitation.
There's no statute of limitation, right?
Now what?
So I think.
We need
I think,
a vote on the
I think-
motion, and people are free to,
Yeah.
vote.
So I think again, leave it to revenue tax to make that determination. We don't know, I mean, I certainly don't know the law and the rules and parameters by which revenue tax operates. I think that there's a
So,
look
Mr.
back
Miller,
period,
what you're
Commissioner
saying
Rojas thinks there's a
basically,
look
Mr.
back
Miller,
period
is
and
that
other commissioners
Mr.
disagree.
Attorney Miller, you're saying basically that, that there's a lot of discussion around here, there was a motion, it was seconded, and so if it failed, it would fail in the vote, right?
Yes.
We need a vote. If the motion fails, we start again. If the motion passes, then we know what message we're delivering to the legislature.
So we're on the second round, so I guess the only way we can get out of this is to vote it down or vote it up, right?
Yes,
Okay.
So if what Commissioner Respicio is suggesting, say that because I believe it's 30 years, but if it is past that time where the taxes are due, the motion we're making is basically just to return it, right? If the property taxes are no longer gonna be assessed.
my understanding of the motion is that the commission supports returning the property
To ancestral.
to ancestral, and then ancestral will do what it's gonna do with the property. But the commission, this commission, expects that whatever taxes might legally be due, whether that's between 0 and infinity, eventually are collected. And if, as I said, if 0 is the answer to the question, what are the legally due taxes, then the
Yeah.
commission supports the return of the property with 0 taxes paid.
Now, I don't know how relevant this would be, but in the event that the property is transferred over to ancestral, and ancestral tries to transfer it back to the titanos, and the titanos are not able to meet the burden of the back taxes and the penalties and interests, we lose the property in its entirety because it will be now under the control of ancestral, correct?
Well, Madam Chair, members, that's an interesting question, because in the short time I've been on Guam, I've never known, and full disclosure, I'm ancestral land attorney as well, but I've never seen an instance where Ancestral Lands was seeking to return a property that had a tax lien on it, because generally speaking, Ancestral Lands is returning property that came from the US government, they don't pay taxes, went to the government of Guam, they don't pay taxes. So that when it gets back in the hands of the ancestral landowner, however many years back in history we have to go to get, it is, you know, it's decades and decades customarily, and so this question of back taxes has never come up.
Is there any statute of limitations for going after somebody for back taxes?
Madam Chair, members, I haven't looked at Guam's laws on property tax. In my experience on the mainland, this would be handled much differently, and the government collects its taxes and collects its taxes from someone very fast. The government never would let, on the mainland, they would never let a property accumulate years and years and years of back taxes. The most you could have in back taxes is 3 years. But I don't know how Guam handles unpaid property taxes.
Speaking from personal experience, my grandfather's estate was billed for back taxes starting in '76 to the 2000s. And the original taxes owed was like $20,000, but the outstanding with everything, penalties and everything, came up to $1.3 million. So that's why I'm saying there's no timeline where they won't back bill you. Taxes always follow the land anyhow. That's why I was pushing, Madam Chair, that we wait until we get more information so we can make a detailed evaluation of what is transparent. And also, like with what I had mentioned earlier, and the acting AG submitted that was an interesting question. Maybe we can put a contingency on it, that if they're not able to acquire the property back by paying what's due in the property, that it reverts back to us. Otherwise, we're giving the land away to CHamoru Ancestral Land Trust.
And
we have-
most lands have to go back to CHamoru Land Trust.
Yes. Chamorro Land Trust is, if nobody else owns the land, Chamorro Land Trust owns the land.
Yeah.
But there is a motion on the floor, and I don't know, was it second?
Yes, I second it. We're just waiting for the call or vote.
But you know, we will need to vote the motion up or down, but separately, there's no limitation on the commission directing staff to continue to research this situation and to continue to report no matter what you vote on the motion.
So all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries.
Madam Chair, is it the commission's preference that staff continue to research this and report on this, or are we done with this bill? It's the pleasure of the commission.
Well, I yield to Commissioner Garrido. I think he's very much interested to know what the end result will be.
Well, I have
Yeah.
already-
Not bad though, to know what happened as far as the US government giving it to the government of Guam. That's the question I have. Why do they have it?
All right, well then we'll take that as direction to continue to research this and perhaps put it on the, further update on the next agenda, perhaps in the director's report.
Okay, so now you can call Mr. Cruz.
Just for another information that Mr. Cameron mentioned earlier, if this was brought to the legislature, I believe this already heard on May, sometime in May, it was heard first public hearing. So
And,
sometime in May, I don't recall the date,
but
but I was watching it over
You mean the
Facebook.
initial public hearing?
Yeah, initial public hearing, yes.
so there will be another one, right?
Yes, there will be another one, yes. Thank you.
Thirty-one, 38 is passed. We passed it,
Hold the bill?
yeah.
We're on 135.
Yeah, I was just reporting. Yes, 135-38.
Madam Chair,
That's
Bill
the next bill.
135-38 is an act to amend the Chamorro Ranchos Commission lease agreement with the Guam International Country Club Incorporated. Based on our last work session that we had, we will be providing the bill with what the discussion in relation to what should be removed. Also a rental or like a financial analysis of what from the information that's in the bill and the appraisal that was provided by Cornerstone.
If I may, Madam Chair, should we, I'm just thinking this 135-38 may take some time for us to discuss. Should we hear the item G first before going to GICC, or? Item G number 1?
Constituent matters.
Yeah, I'm just.
Want to make a motion?
Yeah,
I make a motion to to move to item G, number 1, to hear the constituent matter of Mr. Billy Cruz prior to discussing item E, bill number 135-38.
I second the motion.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I heard one aye.
Aye.
I say aye.
Aye,
Motion carried.
Mr. Billy Cruz is present, sir. If you can just state your name, sign in. Presenting Mr. Cruz's case is Mr. Glenn A.
Company Commissioners, Madam Chair, we have Mr. Billy Cruz here today, who has an agricultural lease on lot, and just to, he was, this is in the last resumption meeting on November 16, 2023. What was requested that Mr. Cruz requested approval to acquire SBA loan in the amount of $195,000. And the second one was to request for a building authorization. So there was 4 issues that was in question. items 1 through 4. Number 1 is change of application type from residential to ag. That wasn't, that's not done in accordance to the law. Lease was issued out of date and time contrary to 18 GAR 6811. Issuance of lease on unregistered property contrary to 21 GCA 75A 105. And no building approval for structure on the property contrary to 18 GAR 68126. On the resumption meeting on the November 16, 2023 meeting, Commissioner Garrido tabled this until a later date so that we can move to have more data to make favorable decision that would benefit both Billy and CLTC. The most recent inspection that I've conducted was on July 1st, 2025. Myself, Eileen Chargalab, 982, accompanied by Mr. Beniston Nicholas from DPW, Safety Administrator, and Building Inspection and Building Permits Administrator, along also with Mr. Billy Cruz. I've attached for your viewing the findings of DPW as well as photos. Any questions I may answer?
Is the property still not registered?
Yeah, at this time, the property in question is not registered, correct? Like was mentioned way back, the main property 5380 was subdivided by Guam Water Works. When they subdivided for their parcel, they only registered their property for the water well, which they didn't include the remainder of the property, which is still unregistered today, where Mr. Billy Cruz is occupying right now.
And that being unregistered is contrary to,
The law where, where no government agency shall lease or sell or anything, any unregistered property. We can't lease it to anybody unless it's recorded for registered property. So that was contrary to the law.
so concerning issues 1 through 4, is there anything new that has transpired?
No, not that I'm aware of, other than what's already mentioned in items 1 to 4. Well,
Madam Chair, if I may, issues 1 and 2, there is an avenue for CLTC to address, which is now known as Public Law 37-131. It addresses leases with a cloud. So internally, we can address issues 1 and 2 and go through the process of conducting a compliance inspection and everything else required within that public law. However, items 3, hands down, we issued a lease on unregistered property when we shouldn't have. That we have no avenue of correcting other than getting the properties registered. We do have a list of unregistered properties within our inventory. CLTC has issued about 223 leases to our applicants on unregistered property. I believe lot 5380 is number 5 or number 6 in line in priority. The way we based the priority was the most affected, meaning the most leases issued based on the parcel, and whether there was a land registration map available. So when Mr. Cruz came for the request of a loan guarantee, Mr. Cruz and many other people on unregistered property, their request was tabled. Today, legally, without the law amending or providing us an avenue in regards to how we lease this unregistered property, we don't have a way to resolve that, or to even, entertain Mr. Cruz's request. However, with small discussions with Attorney Miller, he may wanna speak on this matter also.
Madam Chair, members, this is ultimately a judgment call on your behalf. You know, Mr. Cruz, to my understanding, has done a lot of things right, perhaps not exactly in the sequence in which they should have been done. The question of the unregistered property is a situation that was largely created by the commission, not by Mr. Cruz. Really, the legal risk of allowing Mr. Cruz to go forward, trying to get a building permit, cleaning those issues up and moving forward with continued development of his property is the legal risk is that in due course, we will seek to register the property, and I can't guarantee you that in the process of registering the property, somebody else doesn't show up and say, wait, I own this property. And perhaps
So you're essentially saying it's high risk. It's high risk if we say,
I'm not in a position to say whether it's low risk, medium risk, or high risk. It's a judgment call for you all. You have much more history on Guam than I do, and a better understanding of, you know, how long Mr. Cruz has been on this property, how long this property's been in the control of the commission, and the likelihood that it's somebody else.
so what I'm hearing from our attorney is, it's a risk, and it's a risk that you're not, it doesn't seem like you're advising us to take the risk, because you're not saying, you're saying that potentially down the road is something that can bite us in the butt. I mean, speaking quite plainly. So I don't have confidence in, speaking quite plainly, based on what I'm hearing, I don't have confidence to move forward with it because of the risk. You're placing that risk on this commission, that may, 10 years down the road, you know, we can be, I don't know what will happen to us legally, because we're the ones who made the decision. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, members, you know, the attorneys always advocate for the zero risk solution. Sometimes that aggravates other folks because zero risk is the most time, trouble, and aggravation to achieve. But ultimately, risk is a business choice, not a legal choice, and so you all have to decide whether this particular situation is a risk you're willing to take.
So, can I just make one more comment?
Attorney Miller,
Excuse
we're
me.
not business, okay? We're not in the business.
Yeah, so I think
And
that,
I take offense to that, I really do, I take personal offense to that. I really think that these things, we are not a business, sir.
so I, you know, Mr. Billy Cruz, you're doing all the right things. You are exactly the, beneficiary, that we want. You got a piece of property in good faith, you have a lease, it says here that there is a lease issued. You went out, you built your property, you did all of these things, and that's what we want, all of our beneficiaries to do. We want them to do this. But now we're kind of, it seems like we're in a legal crunch. This is what I'm hearing, we're in a legal crunch, and you're asking us to take a huge legal risk by approving your issues here. And I think that A.B. Cruz has already given us a venue in terms of what needs to be done in order to properly rectify it. So my question is there anything that we can do to assist Mr. Cruz in expediting the process so that he can move forward?
The only thing that I can think of, and I understand Mr. Cruz has invested a large
Right.
sum of money, just based on his improvements, is for relocation.
I'm sorry, say again?
A relocation to another property that is registered.
then what is he gonna do with his investment?
That's the only thing that I can think of on the top of my head at this time. We can go back and we can review the loan guarantee documents, because
How do we expedite to get the property registered? Because it seems that that's what the crux of the matter is. We need to get the property registered in order for Mr. Cruz to get the guarantees and the loan that he wants.
I
What is it, what can we do as a commission to say, hey, we have this in a beneficiary, he's doing all the right things, he's doing exactly what we want our beneficiaries to do. Unfortunately, he's caught in the crosshairs due to our error as well, so how can we correct that?
The board can instruct me to prepare a letter to the Office of the Attorney General requesting for the land registration of lot 5380. However, the timeline, it's beyond our control. There's no process.
Mr. Cruz, can I ask a question kindly, sir?
Yes?
You made reference, and I'm looking at that one code annotated as we speak, I picked it up, and I'm making reference specific for the record that chapter 75 and chapter 75A of Title 21, one code annotated. It is clear that subsection 75105F
Yes.
and 75A 105F unequivocally state that the commission is prohibited from leasing or licensing any available land until it has been duly registered in compliance with the land title registration law. So this oversight by the CHamoru Land Tax Commission is significant and cannot be overlooked. So, however, we must take responsibility and find a legitimate path forward is what I'm hearing some of the commission members trying to figure out, right? So therefore, I do make that motion, and I like to agree with you, Mr. Cruz, that we table this matter, or we just ask furthermore that we have something in writing by the Attorney General's office that guides our direction. So right now, I believe we just need to ensure that we proceed in a manner that upholds the laws and protects our community's interests. So I believe we need to table this. We really do, and until we hear. And that's, my motion is to table it.
Madam Chair, members, to directly respond to Commissioner Respicio's, what is the most valuable thing that could happen to move this along is to obtain the surveys that go along with the land registration process. The Attorney General's office is happy to take the matter to court and run through the land registration process. That will move as fast as the court system moves it through the process. But the most time-consuming thing that isn't available today are the surveys and the maps that the registration process requires.
Yes,
So I think, for the sake of my motion, I would like to see that in black and white, so that us as a commission, we can see that. We need to see that.
I'd like to, if we could ask, Mr. Cruz is here, before we start making any decisions, can we, I guess, let him speak? Hear what he has to say?
Before you speak, Mr. Cruz, may I say something, please? I was here 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, when you first approached the commission. I know what you're going through was not your fault whatsoever. It's been previous CLTC administration. I commend you though, because your stewardship of the land has been stellar. I wish all our tenants were like you and develop and maintain the property as it should be. And the reason I tabled it last time is I did not want to kick you off the property. I did not want you to lose the property because you invested a lot of your time and money into maintaining and developing the property. I did a field visit and I like what you did. It's you did an outstanding service for yourself and for us as the fee simple owner of the property. I would like to see a mechanism go into place where we can, what I'm about to say might get me in a little bit of a situation, but starting with you, I would like to see that we push forward a avenue for registration of your property so that we can legalize your situation. But I know you're not the only one in that predicament, but you're the one here now. And I will support a motion that will expedite the survey of your property and the registration. I would just like to say that for the record. Now I yield back to you.
Well,
So there's a motion on the table, Madam Chair, that I would like very much, on a legal basis, table this discussion and request that we have an official statement coming from our legal counsel to the commission, given the note that I clearly don't want to violate chapter 75 and 75A of Title 21 Guam Code annotated.
We,
More specifically to the subsection type, I reference on 75105F and 775A 105.
well, first step day is to register the property. And that's what Commissioner Garrido and so is Commissioner Respicio wants to be done.
But we have the constituent here, and let's give him a little bit of time to state his cause for the board.
Mr. Cruz?
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to come back again before you guys. This is my second round. I believe the first round was tabled and we're supposed to get something done, get the ball rolling. It's probably a year or so and all that, and we're back here again. The same issue is unregistered land, is how we're gonna get registered, is the question, right? I do know that CHamoru Trust is in a lot of strap funds or whatever, the political thing is with the government or whatever. But you know, I've been on that property for more than 20 years, 20 years plus. My neighbors have built their houses already on unregistered land too. You know, they're enjoying it. You know, we all take pride of our place up there. We're all neighbors who take care of each other. We have our own neighborhood, you know, watch up there. And now I'm here asking again to get approved, give me the opportunity to come back before, for you guys to give me the authorization before my loan expires, which is on August 5th. However, that's gonna be my problem, how I'm gonna build, I guess. If I lose that opportunity that gives me my SB, then I lose, right? I understand that every land has to be properly registered. Well, there's 7 houses up there built concrete, they're not registered. You know, I repeat myself again, you know, the last time. But now, we're trying to prioritize their government properties, and we all make mistakes, don't get me wrong. Or we all make mistakes, and I own up to my mistakes or whatever I did on the property or whatever, you know, rules and regs, and I'm willing to fix it. Now, the way we fix it is to follow what our guidelines is. And if it takes me, I can't wait any longer. I've waited 20 years or whatever in my property up there. I love that place, I take pride. I take pride in what they give me. I make sure it's clean. I don't throw any junks around my place. You go compare myself with other people and you see the difference of how much really pride we take and what profit is given to them. You know, I myself with my attorney's not here today because it's just the length of time that we're given is not enough time yet to be at court today. It's given me the opportunity. If I have to register the property on my own with my attorney, which I had spoke to him, then we'll do it. We gotta register ourselves. If we have to pay for it, we'll pay for it. We need to move forward. I don't know when. The next, like what he says, when are they gonna act on it? When are they gonna move in it or whatever? You know, I find interest in myself to build. I will make sure, I would push for in my end. If I have to pay to get it registered, I'll pay to get it registered with my attorneys. I have to pay my attorney, I pay my attorney to get it done. If that's what it is. But that's what I'm asking. Give me an opportunity to build. Allow me to, allow you guys to give me, what the bank requires are, you know, and then we can go from there. And I know everybody out there, they're all my neighbors, you know, if I was supposed to be kicked out, I should be kicked out 20 years ago already. If we'd be fighting already. You know, we'd be choking each other, For whatever reason, nobody's come up to say, this is my piece of property. So, I mean, everybody else in the bottom that built, nobody says anything. So again, I ask that you guys take that into consideration.
Billy, this is Commissioner Cameron, I made the motion to table, didn't I?
Yes,
Yes,
you
sir.
did. I heard loud and clear. Yes, sir.
I would like to take that away from the table right now. And I want to ask just a few finite questions from you, sir,
Sure.
if you don't mind.
Sure.
Well, first of all, what has happened to you is criminal. This is terrible that you have to wait all your life for your dream to come true, for God's sake. I know that two things don't make a right. I clearly know that. And I also know my legal parameters to what I can and can't do. I've served in a lot of board council commissions since 1987, trust me. I've never erred in any way. But if you're looking for some type of resolution, I'm willing to hear that. And I just heard you say it. Are you willing to survey that property?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier. Yeah. I had a meeting with my council this morning. I discussed that with them. And that was one of our options.
And want to survey, Mr. Cruz and Mr. Executive Director Acting, would that allow us to then go forward to the deed? Yes or no?
I don't think it's possible, but I will verify if Mr. Cruz can sever out just his lease portion and register it.
Then I would like to make a motion then to go ahead and accept that Mr. Cruz individually, and this would set precedence, and it has to, because others have done crooked crap over the years. So I will make the motion to accept Mr. Cruz's offer on the table to do what he needs to do to get that property severed, surveyed. We need to figure out what the other folks do. But I'm willing to go ahead and make the motion on Mr. Cruz's good name, that he and his attorney will work through this situation of getting it surveyed so you can get a title, a deed. That's my motion.
Do you have something to say, Council?
Madam Chair, members, as was pointed out, the challenge here is the commission believes it owns 9 lots up there. And in the ordinary course of events, we would survey all 9 lots and go about the business of registering those 9 lots simultaneously and get a deed that says that CHamoru Land Trust owns these 9 lots. And so once we have the surveys available, start a court process, the survey maps are distributed to a wide variety of Guam's public agencies who are asked, do you have any objection to CHamoru Land Trust taking ownership of this land? But more importantly, are there conditions? For example, GPA or GWA want on the land sought to be owned, and most often we would hear back from the utilities and say, please own that land, but when the deed is granted, please include all of the following easements. And so when the deed is ultimately granted, in this case the CHamoru Land Trust, it's ready to go for development. The challenge in this situation in taking one of those lots, and I don't know if you lined up all the lots, is Mr. Cruz's lot in the middle, is it at the end, is sort of exactly how that would work and exactly what kind of feedback we would be likely to get from DPW on roads, and the other utilities, who all wanna make sure that when these deeds are issued, they're issued with all the development parameters they expect to find on the property written in by the judge who's ultimately gonna grant the deed.
I still restate my motion, Mr. Miller. I am willing to accept that this individual has come individually to us, and he has asked individually. And I remember we said earlier that it's really our decision if we decide this, ultimately. But I wanna work within the parameters of the law, that we're not just giving a blank statement here, where he needs to do what he wants to do, he's willing to do it. He's come above board and come forward, and we can't belabor this another year. My motion is to allow to get that property surveyed, so that we as a commission can legally make the next step. Otherwise, we're stuck with the current law that prohibits us. So my motion stays.
I just have one question for AD Cruz. So I understand Attorney Miller's point with regard to just surveying a small portion of a lot. It makes more sense to have a lot, survey everything and divide everything out accordingly. Of course, there would be the additional 8 lots that the CLTC would have to pay for and work in tandem with Mr. Cruz. Would that be possible when he's ready to go to, do the survey, he pays for his portion, and that way, because I don't know where this lot number is with regard to our priority to survey. Yeah, is that clear?
Yeah, we would
So
have to.
what I'm trying to say is, in addition to, Mr. Cruz's presence there, he has already mentioned that it's a neighborhood. I mean, if we're going to jump this lot to benefit this neighborhood that's already existing and is existing for 20 years, can we do that? Maybe we should just move forward and start the survey, because that's what needs to be done.
I feel we should verify with the Department of Land Management on the process. Because from my understanding, after a court document is filed, the Department of Land Management will be the one to conduct the survey of the parcel for land registration. There's a process serving aspect to
Process,
it. But at least allow me to verify. I don't know if Mr. Cruz's offer of him going out and registering just his lot that he's leased will be acceptable. But let me verify with the Department of Land Management on that.
Because he's gonna run into problems, he's gonna run into a lot of issues if we're specifically speaking about one lot and we're just having to survey a portion of that lot.
Definitely.
It really doesn't make sense, the entire lot should be surveyed and subdivided at the same time, to include all of the easements and, rights of ways and all of that as necessary. So I'm also trying to save you a headache.
Well, I have a survey map to read, approved survey map.
Oh, okay, for your area or only for you?
Yes, for the whole area.
Okay,
So-
so can we move, since he already has preliminary
Yes.
work done?
We have an aerial right there, so you can see how it looks like
Okay.
right here.
So, Mr. Cruz, did I hear you say you had a deadline? With your
Yeah, August, next month.
deadline for what?
For me to turn in a guarantee that
This is the subject lot right here. So there's already a subdivision map that's prepared already, it was totally easily in place.
Okay.
And these are the lots here that were, houses that were built right across Mr. Cruz, which is Sublime County. And there are, if I'm not mistaken, they already had permits to build their home, but what was overlooked was that the property was unregistered. Because when they went through their permit, when they get the permit, property owner, they just put themselves, they didn't put government of Guam. So, those are the many mistakes that we've been finding on the permitting side. So we had several discussions already with DPW permit section that make sure that before, if you know it's a red flag is COTC, they have to consult with us
So it
first.
seems that the preliminary work has already been done.
Yes.
Okay.
Glenn, is that a master plan or an actual survey? Because when surveys are attempted on unregistered property, it will not clear the process upstairs. So any type of survey that is engaged or commenced, the map review process of BLM, that will not clear, it will not see the light of day.
So this is a master plan.
So the master plan is a little different. It's a
So can you,
tabletop survey that was
show
conducted.
So this is the whole 5380 right here. So what happened was just the whole lot was 5380. GWA did a land registration to their own property right here. They didn't include the remainder. So that's what caused that domino
And
effect
I
right now.
ask you, did they own that?
This one here,
Maybe
Yeah.
it was reserved through public
it
law.
was reserved for a while. That was reserved. So they did a land registration, not to include the whole parcel. So if we do just, do one land registration for this, it's gonna, defeat the whole purpose of everybody else.
Right. That was my point about just doing one registration, it would have to be the whole lot. So I have a list here that was given to me of unregistered parcels. Mr. Billy Cruz's lot is not even listed. 5380-3, or is that falling under 5380-R2? That's my first comment. My second comment is to, I know that we already have a motion on the floor, but I don't know, I think that I would like to make a motion to table this and have Mr. Cruz work directly with the CLTC team to come up with a real plan on how we're going to address him and his neighbors. Because here we are talking, but there's no real plan. He wants to move forward, you have something different, but it doesn't seem like you guys are talking. What we wanna know is how are we gonna resolve the issue for Mr. Cruz, and you need to come up with a plan so that we can move forward and take action on it.
But right now, it also seems that without a loan guarantee, Mr. Cruz is gonna lose a loan that he's already applied for. I don't know if there's any way we can address that. I'd hate to see someone who's maintained a property so well and put so much money into it, not be able to build his home because because of some due diligence that COTC did.
So,
Yeah.
According to Commissioner
let me ask
Cameron,
this question, in doing so, so Commissioner Respicio, what you're asking for me to do is to remove my motion. But my biggest question would be, that property there where Mr. Cruz is CHamoru Land Trust property, is that a yes or no?
It's in the inventory of the CHamoru Land Trust Commission. It's been transferred to.
Correct, so let me ask you a question, by doing so, are we then, I'm trying to find a banking term, are we standing behind the loan?
That's what,
Are we guaranteeing his loan?
that's his question.
that's his request.
That's what he's asking for.
That CHamoru Land Trust Commission will guarantee 190-some thousand?
Yes.
My question to Attorney Miller, can we legally guarantee a property that's not in our inventory or it's not registered?
Madam Chair, members, you certainly have in the past.
Okay, in the past, like how recent past, because my objective is to protect the board and everyone on this existing board. I can't speak to what other boards have done in the
Don't make a
past.
right, you guys.
So-
You know, I'm not gonna make two wrongs don't make a right.
So speaking to
I'm not gonna vote
the
on
most
it.
recent is prior to Typhoon Mawar. Everything that was presented to the previous board in relation to any guarantees requested due as a result of Typhoon Mawar, no unregistered property, Mr. Cruz as an example, was given a loan guarantee.
So the risk falls on us, that's my point. The risk falls on this board, should we guarantee a loan to unregistered
In my
property?
personal capacity,
We're not
that's
willing to
legal.
take that
In
risk.
my
That's
personal
not legal.
capacity as commissioner, I could be liable,
That's right.
and that's law, I know that for sure, I'm not stupid.
So, again, I
If
think,
I can remember, can me allow me?
yes, please.
If I can remember in your last board meeting or previous board meeting, there was an approval from this board to give a loan guarantee. A person the opportunity to borrow a loan on an unregistered land. And this is just recently, if I could recall, I was watching, you know. I don't know the details to it, but it was an approved person who was supposed to lose the building on an unregistered land, but given another person the opportunity to go and get a loan,
To assume it.
assume.
So
I don't know where's that, so
I think
I'm
it's-
just saying, you know,
I think the situation is very, very different because the CLTC guarantee already existed and it is approved by another board. So the question before us,
Unregistered.
yes, unregistered, so that, and it was approved by another board. So that CLTC was guaranteeing that loan. So in order to save, save
Yeah.
that property, this board did request, the person who came to the board, that if you're able to obtain a loan, it's just an assumption of the loan. So there were no new guarantees, they were just assuming.
Okay.
So that guarantee carried, so there's no new approval of any guarantee. So what you're coming to us asking is a new guarantee. And, I also, feel to Commissioner Rojas' point. My question is, how do we legally guarantee a property or a loan that's not registered, legally registered? So that's the crux. It's not that we don't wanna help. I'm trying to figure a middle road. What is the most expeditious way that we can move forward that's agreeable to both parties to assist everybody involved? What can we do? That's why I recommended you work directly. This will be a priority as directed to A.D. Cruz. Your case will be a priority or should be a priority to get it moving as soon as possible. Because if you've been here and it's already been a year and you're still getting the same answers, that means they obviously haven't touched it.
yes,
Madam Chair,
and I appreciate
my
that,
motion.
I really appreciate
I
that.
decline my motion. Please, I want to remove my motion.
No, and I really appreciate
Yeah,
that, Commissioner, but my problem here is SBA now. Are they gonna wait another year or whenever we're done? And I guess-
Unfortunately, our hands are tied.
Yeah,
We cannot legally.
Mr. Cruz, Acting Director Cruz. The property is surveyed or not surveyed?
The
Surveyed.
The map that Mr. Cruz may be referencing is a subdivision master plan map, which was only done tabletop. There is no meets and bounds, there is
There are no
nothing to that
markers
effect.
out there.
Nothing.
Okay, now,
there's markers.
Well, I'm not sure if you're referencing, that's
Maybe
why I
it
said
wasn't
if you-
registered yet. So that's what I'm saying, it seems like you're ahead of the game already. If you already have a map, maybe
there a
you're
map?
already ahead of the game and it needs to be registered.
There is a map,
My map was approved since 19.
I forgot, what's the answer?
Joey, was the lease approved by the previous board or was it approved by the director?
Administratively.
So even if the lease was approved administratively, that was the purpose of 37-131, Public Law 37-131, was to address all those leases with a cloud. So the past actions that created these leases with a cloud was the administrative director administratively approved the lease awards, the issuance of a lease prior to the applicant's date and time, the switch of application type, the transfer of application types, the switch and transfer of application types between applicants, and the transfer of application rights by living applicant.
See, I wanna help Mr. Cruz. First of all, let me apologize, Mr. Cruz, because the last time when you came in before this commission, that
Signed by Joe Bora.
we were being inundated with Typhoon Omar or malware claims from SBA. So that's why you got like defer. Like I said, we did not reject you.
Yeah, you tabled it, yeah.
Yeah, we tabled it until we can get,
More information.
yes.
Did we get any information?
And
1 year?
the situation that I'm seeing that may occur is that I really would like to take you up in your offer. Me personally, I would like to take you up in your offer. But to try and do the entire basic lot as it stands right now could be more complicated, and it may, if your area is clean, meaning it goes in and gets all the proper authorization from all the agencies, but maybe one of the other lots in the basic lot, it has a setback violation or something, that would delay the entire process. That's why I said, me personally, I would like to take you up on your offer to try and get your particular lot registered and on your own accord and stuff like that. But, you know, I'm just a commissioner, I'm not the legalese here, and I'm not director of land management or anything like that, but I don't want to hurt you because you've done everything you needed to do correctly. Okay? The fault was with CHamoru Land Trust, and that was 20 years ago. Okay? I want to come to a win-win situation for you, for us, and on a secondary level, your neighbors. Because you're the one that's coming forward, you're the one that's trying to push to get your situation correctly. I don't know if I'm making sense or not, because I want to support you. And I'm willing to vote to support you, but by the same token, I have to also protect the commission.
Yes,
Well, I thank everybody for discussing this matter, and this is item number 3 in regards to land registration and how we can move forward to have Mr. Billy Cruz build, you know, his dream home. But we must not neglect also number 4, okay, item number 4, where no building approval for structure was under property contract 18-6A126. So even that said, Mr. Billy Cruz property is an agricultural lease. It's in his contract, in all agricultural lease contract, prior to building a home or dwelling, 2/3 of the property must be farmed. So that's the first rule. Before you build, you have to farm the property. So we're missing some of the conditions of the lease before building. So we have to focus on the primary lease for agricultures to farm 2/3 of the property. Then get a written approval to build after we inspected the property if it's farmed 2/3. And also, we don't want to, in my report shows that there were some violations that Mr. Billy Cruz did. Again, no fault to you as far as us issuing the lease unregistered, but he did build structures without a written consent, okay? And we have reports from DPW that shows the violation. So those things that we don't want to overlook as well, okay?
Well, the way I see it is,
Because if we do that,
yes,
everybody's gonna start building without farming. It's gonna set precedents.
He did some things out of context and without going through the proper procedures. But at the same time, he's invested a lot of money and time into that property. And the failure originated with CLTC by awarding him a lease on unregistered property. Like I said, I don't want to hurt Mr. Cruz because he is an ideal tenant, and what would be the fastest way to move forward with his case so we can get him within the legal parameters? That way the commission is protected as well as Mr. Cruz. And right now what he's offered is to pay the way to get his property legal. If we try and do a basic lot survey for everything, there may be faults in other lots that would delay the overall process. If he goes forward with just specifically for this lot, his timeline might be a lot shorter than if we do the entire basic lot.
I agree on the, do the land registration,
He-
100%.
The only thing that's holding up his transfer from agricultural to residential is us right now. Okay? Once he gets transferred to residential, he's not required to farm the area.
I don't think Mr. Cruz requested to revert back. So Mr. Cruz's initial application was for under residential. However, he did request to transfer his application type and an agriculture lease was awarded. So speaking to Glenn's comments, and it's not to add more layers to what you're going through. So the practice of the past was an agriculture lessee was given all these authorizations, whether it's to construct a home, to construct something. However, today, while we're going out and conducting our compliance inspections, we are encountering that because of the construction of the home or any other type of utility building or garage, that agriculture lessee cannot come into compliance with their lease terms because they need to farm 2/3. Sooner than later, the board will be hearing a case similar to that. Because CLTC gave the lessee an authorization to construct a home. The home was constructed, but unfortunately, the home sits on more than half of the property. So there's no way for them to farm 2/3 of the property. But what we will do is we will verify with the DLM director, Mr. Joseph Borja, to see if Mr. Cruz's offer is allowable, doable, or realistic. If not, we will discuss with him if there is a more quicker route to conduct a land registration. But we won't know until we consult with him.
Can you please refresh me, what was my last motion? To table it? So Madam Chair, there's a motion on the floor to table this, so that Mr. Billy Cruz can work directly with, the staff of CLTC to come up with a resolution and a suggestion on how we can move forward expeditiously, so that we can address his concerns. Because it doesn't seem at this point that we can legally address what he really wants us to do, which is to guarantee his loan without the registration of the property.
I need a motion.
That's my motion.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I,
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Sorry we couldn't do more for you, sir.
I know.
Right, no, thank you very much.
So you can legally do more for you.
Can we do this?
Yes.
Can you give Jessica your email?
Huh?
Can you give Jessica your
I'm
email?
gonna have my leader.
Because we were gonna correspond with you, but if you.
Oh, yeah. But,
10 minutes.
Madam Chair, may we take a recess for 10 minutes?
Yes, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Recess,
Okay.
10 minutes.
Recess 10 minutes.
What's your time?
3:53.
3:53. We're back.
Madam Chair, before we begin, just thinking about Mr. Cruz's situation, one thing for the board to think about is maybe we should seek legislative assistance. I mean, if the land has been in CLTC's inventory for the last 20, 30 years, consideration might be given to bypass the land registration proceedings and create a bill and automatically register in the name of CLTC. But nonetheless, we will speak with the DLM director and we'll figure out if his.
And speak to Mr. Billy Cruz directly, if that's an avenue that he'd like to take, and make him be an active, participant in that process. If, if the most expeditious way to handle the matter is to do legislative process and allow him to participate in that.
Would
Okay, so we're on old business, E 135-38.
Madam Chair, Bill 135-38 is an act to amend the Tomorrowland Trust lease agreement with the Guam International Country Club Incorporated. Present is Mr. Tang, Mr. Yohei, and Mr. Camacho on behalf of the Guam International Country Club. As I mentioned earlier, based on our last working session, Mr. Yohei did submit the documents that was requested of. A copy was provided to all the commissioners. We also prepared financial analysis based on like the discussions that were taking place. I believe you have it in your packet, or it was just recently given to you. We gave 4 different analysis, option A, B, C, D, based on the escalation rate of 12%, 20%, 30%, 40%, all concentrating on the existing lease, the current lease. Also in the work session, it was discussed. Let me just take out my notes here. On the bill itself, on page 2, to remove section, line items 4 through 27. On page 3, remove the entire page. Page 4, the entire page. Page 5, the entire page, the contents of each page that I just mentioned. Page 6, remove everything except for line items 11 through 22. Page 8, remove item 6. Page 9, item 9, remove the entire item, the details under item 9. That was based on our work session. In our work session, we also discussed, or we asked about subleasing. Mr. Camacho, Mr. Yohei, and Mr. Tang. Madam Chair, is it okay we bring them to the table? You can just state your name and sign. Also in the analysis, I forgot to mention that it also took into consideration the appraisal from Cornerstone that calculated the net present value based on the discounted rate of 4.2% and 2.38%. At the end of each document, the bolded numbers are what the total value of the lease would be. The yellow highlighted section is where the escalation will commence, which is 2026. One of the questions that was asked at the work session was in relation to subleasing. I believe it was Mr. Tang who had mentioned, or Mr. Yohei, that there would be no subleasing. However, through research, we came across the Consolidated Commission on Utilities Resolution 24-29. We did discover that the property for the Guam International Country Club, 3 bids were submitted by companies other than the Guam International Country Club. If we can get some insight on that, are they your project managers or were they the actual company? What was the purpose or how did they submit the bid? In what relation or what management capacity?
I'm sorry, please with that, I'm not sure I understand the question, that there was a bid for.
So Power Solutions and SK Eco Plant submitted 3 different bids,
Right,
naming the site as the Guam International Country Club Golf Course. Each bid, the first bid was for the size MWAC 26.4, the second one was 26.4, and the third one was 4.4.
they would not be, they're not our, they wouldn't be subleased to them, what's that, they are our consultants, and what's that, they would be our partners in the actual development of the solar farm. But there will be no sublease.
So you're stating that the bidder names as stated on this exhibit A, I don't know if AV Cruz provided that copy to you, are, would be your partners
Right,
in
right.
the, okay.
I think I answered that in the previous board.
Okay.
My name is Carlos Camacho for the record. I answered in the previous board because that same thing was asked. I said, normally we do our due diligence. We check if we dot the i's, cross the t's.
Yeah.
We did not win no bid. This was just submitted to see if we met the parameters.
Okay.
Just so you guys know, so we did not win no bid in that one. That's just to submit. And if they said that we did not meet any of the suggested parameters, because it's just a review, then we don't need to be here today, as I stated last time we were here in this board meeting, last year.
Thank you for that clarification.
So partnership.
Right.
It's 4
Yeah,
Main
yes.
Street, yeah.
So let's move expeditiously.
So Madam Chair, if Mr. Camacho, Mr. Tang, or Mr. Yohei would like to make any comments or?
Go start.
Well,
I actually think that we've already been through this before, and to expedite, what is your recommendation, AD Cruz, and we can move from there? Because we had a huge discussion at our last board meeting, we came together, we did a working session, everyone did the collaborative thoughts, and thank you very much. We had a very nice hand-delivered packet from Mr. Yohei, which outlines everything that was discussed comprehensively. So I think that at this session, I think that we all agreed that we would come to the table and talk about what are the recommendations to the bill, and just get right to it.
So internally, of course, we're gonna go with the high. We would recommend, based on the financial analysis of the 40% escalation. However, please keep in mind that our focus or the discussions were literally based on the existing lease. Without getting the updated fair market value, there may be room for criticism. However, like I said, our recommended would be the 40% escalation in lieu of the 12% as mentioned in the.
So what is your basis of the 40%? Like why are we going with 40%?
So there are many factors that we felt were relevant One is the location of the property. 2 is the size of the property. 3 is if there is gonna be no type of appraisal and we just focus on the current lease today, we feel that 40% may bring it up to what the value is today. So that was our basis.
So you feel that 40% will bring it up to the value it is today based on what?
Based on the 1989 appraisal.
Which was what?
I don't remember the actual amount. I do refer to when the lease was extended, it was made mention that the rates was the rates of 1989, based on all the escalations that occurred from the initial lease and every 5 years to 2014. So that's our position. However, like I said, we provided the board with options A, B, and C, and D, which goes from the 12 as mentioned in the bill to 20, 30, and 40. Mr. Camacho would like to say something.
Okay,
Yeah, if you don't mind, George, thank you very much, and I thank you for your financial analysis, and based on the data you got, and based on the historical, you just stated, based on historical rent rolls. I think, and I don't know, that you mentioned that they were gonna be deleting certain sections of the bill. I don't know if that was deleted, but I think there are some safeguards there where there was a third-party appraiser, MEI appraiser, that will validify that extended lease and get the current market rate. That one we agreed on.
can you give them a copy of the bill so that we can follow along?
Oh.
Here's a copy. So that, yeah, let's make sure that portion about the appraisal, we want to
Jerry,
see
could you read to us?
what the recommendation was. Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
No,
Yeah,
this
it's
is the one.
difficult.
So they just exited.
Can we see it?
Yeah.
We just wanna make sure
Yeah,
that the,
I believe that was part of the removal.
yeah, so what section is that?
oh, wow, so
I know,
we wanted to make sure.
Jerry can look for it.
Yes, I mean,
Yeah, we wanna make sure that there is still that valid third-party MEI figure. The last question you guys have, and also in the Zoom meeting, is, it doesn't say who's gonna pay for it, and we agreed that we will pay for it. Just to make it clear for the record, we'll pay for that appraiser at your choosing. Yes, we gave you guys a copy of our own MEI appraiser, which is a year old, which Joey just confirmed that he used the analysis based on his recommended options A, B, C, or D. Our reasoning is, that was based on the historical rent from 1980, what Joey said, from that point to whenever we extended the lease. What this bill does, which they're deleting now, is the extended lease that we're asking for, to hire a third-party appraiser. That way it's independent.
I think that's on page 7, item number 3. Can you confirm that, Jerry? Because I don't think that portion is deleted.
Oh, good news.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is it is page 7, item 3.
Yeah, so I think that portion is
It's
in.
not deleted, as long as it's not deleted.
Yeah, okay. I just wanna, so that we don't continue to talk about
It's
that.
still there, it's in there.
Because I think,
Commissioner Cameron, it is on page 7.
yeah, I think today, we talk about the lease, we know what the term is.
Yeah.
So to agree whether or not we wanna extend to 55 years. Of course, we know what the location is.
Yeah,
We know what the lot size is, and then we just want to discuss what the other asks are. I know Commissioner Rojas might have a question with regard to, at the working session, we talked about deleting, the ask of the clubhouses. I don't know if that needs to be revisited, but then just to get down to the core of the lease, so that we can recommend to the legislature, what that lease amount would be and how we're gonna come up with the lease rents. So just so that we can, I hope you don't mind, I'm trying to move this conversation expeditiously,
No problem.
because we're losing members. We're losing participation. So, did you wanna?
Oh, sure, I thought, you
Commissioners, I mean, I took a real quick look at all the deletions, right? And,
Yes.
I think, you know, what's that, I agree, Commissioner Special, that, to expedite things, so I'm just gonna contribute to this expedition.
Yeah.
What's that, I think the deletions are fine, so if there's any, you know, remaining items that we need to talk, right, about,
Yes,
you know, we can move on, but the deletions to me looks fine, because our view has always been to defer to the commissioners as much as possible, and we would want the legislature to also defer to the commission as much as possible also.
But before I lose my train of thought, this is Commissioner Cameron. I know that we've discussed this in our last time, and even as we continue to talk about this. I don't, to be honest, just me, I'm not interested in having that building. You're leasing that space right now, you should take ownership of that building and the maintenance of that building. I don't see the governor of Guam taking that. We can't even wipe our own butts and make it clean. Why don't we figure out how to make that work?
Mr. Cruz, if we did get the structure, the building, is that not something that we could lease out and make revenue from?
Potentially, but, would GICC be wanting to lease that from us? I mean, you know, there may be some investment
Do we have
needed.
a standard lease for buildings?
No,
Because, okay,
at this
so
time.
that's a whole new lease that we need to craft and create via our,
Yeah, I was just thinking, I mean, that's a large building, I mean, I know it's gotta be more than 25,000 square feet, right?
At
Or-
least.
Yeah, so I mean, even if we rented it at 50 cents a square foot and required them to do their own maintenance, we'd still make 12,500 a month. You know, I'm just thinking it's something of a free asset. So I'm just thinking we should explore that, because that's revenue, right? So,
I agree.
I don't see that as being a downside as having that in the bill. That's just
Yeah, that's okay. At least for me it
yeah.
is.
So should we leave it in and then
The
discuss
more
what
money
we're
you
gonna
make, the
do
more
down
you
the
can
road?
give me.
So Commissioner Rojas, are you suggesting that we should leave it in and then discuss what we wanna do with the buildings down the road?
Yes,
Okay, and what section is that?
I believe page 8, line 7 through 19.
Yeah, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Page 8, line 7?
Sure, I wanna clarify when I said more money for me, I meant for the trustees of the.
So keep section number 6.
yes, section number 6.
So keep, okay,
If you don't mind, I want to just re-clarify Commissioner Rojas's thoughts there. Originally, when Commissioner Respicia was concerned, the internal CHC staff did not have a maintenance division, did not have a plumbing or carpentry division. That's the reason they did not want to take the asset. Now, I'm glad you're looking at it on a different avenue. Since you guys do lease commercial properties, never a building, but raw land.
Right.
But now there's a building that maybe it's a fixer-upper, and even at 50 cents a square foot compared to $2 a square foot today, somebody may want to get it. I mean, look at, for example, it's in the front page today. When they closed down Chief Brody, CFA immediately is requesting to move their student body over there and lease it from the government of Guam. I'm not saying who's gonna lease it, but at 50 cents a square foot, where you guys have no maintenance responsibility, and give it to somebody that's gonna take care of it, there's your additional, I never even calculated that, because I always thought it was for you guys building it, based on the intent. That's your additional, at 50 cents, at 36,000 square feet, that's almost $15,000 a month. At 50 cents. At $1, 36. What you guys don't know is above on that, in the rooftop, is telecommunication antennas. That is also being rented, additional $2,000 a month, if I'm not mistaken.
Around that.
Yeah, so that is from Docomo and ITV. Now, that's additional rent that we did not put in here. But if Docomo and ITV wants to continue renting the rooftop there, then whoever is the owner of that asset will either have to continue that or request that instead of paying rent, give the land agents, like they do it, because I have the antenna in one of my properties, they give us free cell phones. Because they're sitting on our property.
Right, right.
So that way you're, another cost savings for you guys, and that's up to Joey and your team to
Right.
say, instead of you guys renting it, provide us the telecommunication access for our staff, because they're mostly out in the field. That's just an idea.
Yeah, thank you for that recommendation.
I do have another ask, and I'm not sure if GICC would be willing to consider it, but it's also saying the 5 acres of land situated around it. I'm assuming that there's gonna be groundskeeping with the solar panels, so would it be possible to request, grass cutting along with the 5 acres? I'm not sure if that's something you guys could, grass maintenance.
But we're
If
already,
it- if it's
we're
not
already
leased-
cutting the grass in the neighborhood, I'm assuming we could do that.
Yeah, I think that's,
Yeah.
If it's not
That's
leased to
doable.
somebody else.
If it's not leased to somebody else,
Yeah.
then, yeah,
Okay,
that's if CLTC should decide to
Keep it.
keep it and use it, yeah.
well, my thoughts about, I think, you know, now we're pretty much down to the beef of the lease, right? My thought, thank you very much, AD Cruz, for putting together this analysis. It's also a very nice snapshot of potential revenues, and it's easy read, so we can see, you know, what the discounted, you know, net present values may possibly be, based on, do they have a copy of this? I don't
No, we
know.
don't.
Oh, you don't need, I don't know. So, you know, I questioned on the 40% escalation, because I know that the 10% escalation was because of law, right? We have to do a minimum of 10% escalation. But I think that, you know, for anybody, we also have to, you know, be mindful and put forth an educated, I guess, assessment or recommendation on any type of escalation. So that's why I asked you, like, where did you get your numbers for 40? Why would we pick 20 instead of 25? Why pick 30 instead of 38? You know, there has to really be some educated thought behind, you know, these numbers. So, you know, that's one way to look at it. You know, the other way to look at it is when we take a look at the land assessment values, one of the things that you did bring up in the past was the revenue tax land value. So the land value is approximately about 6.2, you know, million. So if for whatever reason, you know, we decide to sell, you said, oh, if we sell, it's gonna be 40 million. I really don't think, you know, right now there's 204 acres on the market for that price. So I think that's really very inflated and imaginary number. Even if you doubled the value assessed by revenue tax, it's approximately maybe like 12, you know, 13 million, right? And, you know, if we just take a, you know, look at what the current land values are, you know, maybe also Commissioner Rojas can speak to that. You know, we're looking at anywhere from $40 to $60 per square meter, you know, for any type of raw land. So, given that, you know, we just take like more of an educated approach, you know, and a more realistic approach, I think the first page seems to be, you know, more of a realistic, you know, ask, right? So, and if we come back to what the legislature has crafted, you know, it already pretty much is, I don't wanna say spot on, but it already allows for that. It already allows on page 7, right? It allows for the appraisal, and it allows for, the only thing I ask is in number 4, instead of 9, why don't we do 10? You know, so the discounted rate should not be less than 10 million, because if we look at just the basic analysis provided by AD Cruz, we know already the value is gonna be not less than 10. So, you know, if we take a look at that, not less than 10 based on the appraisal, the certified and licensed appraiser, and then from there we do the extrapolated, you know, discount percent. And then let's see where the numbers fall. So,
I think just for the clarity,
Yeah.
the bill already says not less than 9,
yes,
and depending on what the new appraisal is. I want to make it very clear, Joey brought it up many times, and at that time, we didn't have the Senate vote yet on the big beautiful bill.
mhm,
Just for the full disclosure, that's been passed by the Senate and re-ratified by Congress,
yes,
and Joey was correct. They put a very tight timeline to one of the things that we presented and how make our project financially feasible. The more we keep adding dollars above that, knowing the big beautiful bill has tightened the timeline, it makes it a little tighter. So we think the default clause, that if we don't win the bid, because we can't meet the numbers that GPay put out, then it goes back to a golf course. The more we try to add other layers into it, I think it's gonna, if the big beautiful bill kept the Inflation Reduction Act in place that was passed in 2022, as I presented prior to you guys' board, prior to the previous board, it would be beautiful because then we had all the, as Joey described, the tax credit opportunity. Yes, and he also said this could be the financial breakout. I mean, if it doesn't happen, the credits won't happen, and we don't meet the financing terms and underwriting criteria, well, that's why there's a safeguard now. The other bill originally did not have that safeguard. There's a default clause safeguard. So we're hoping that the not more than 9, right? I mean, not more, not less than 9, and depending on what the new appraisal would be, right? And why that verbiage was there was, that was debated from the last legislature 37, because like Joey described, it was, the last legislature was based on the old appraisal carried forward. So what this one did was they ended it at 2039 and then gave it a not less than 9, then whatever that new MAI appraisal would be, we'll have to do your new calculation for whatever you guys answer. That one I'm willing, I don't know what that will be. It can be more than 9, more than 10, more than 11. That we don't know. I mean, that's a third party that you guys will hire and we will pay to reconfirm that. I hope that clarifies that angle.
I think what Commissioner Archbishop is saying that, instead of, let's go set a minimum to it, not a maximum. We all agree that there's still gonna be no cap to whatever the appraisal amount is going to be. But what's that, she is requesting that we set up a minimum to it.
Yeah, agree to 9.5 then.
We actually need.
No, I'm just joking.
She's looking
I
for a
mean,
$10 million floor.
Mr. Camacho, this is Commissioner
Oh,
Cameron.
sorry, I
I
forgot.
want to thank you for those comments,
Yeah.
because you're right on target. The big, whatever you want to call it, beautiful, it does. Oh, boy.
We're all beautiful.
Anyways, you are correct about the tightening and the shift, and it does, on a nationwide average, does put at risk some of the business acumen that has been set forth prior to the big, beautiful, fat, whatever bill that is. And we must be cognizant of that. But on the same token, Commissioner Respicio, I appreciate your comments very much, but I think we're on a segue of movement forward. I feel very comfortable with that. So we'll just proceed on with our meeting.
So, regarding if you want us to, give a response on the setting the base at a minimum 10, I think none of us has, we would need to make a couple of phone calls just outside and we could come back in like 5 minutes. That's something that,
We have our
yeah, so I think we just need to make a phone call.
So, and I think that once we hammer out that, I think that we can move on, with our motions, because I think that everything else has already been settled. Everything that's important in a lease, right? Time frame, assets, we know what the lot number is, we have all of the safeguards.
Well, my only concern right now at this point is, how many appraisers locally can meet the scope of work for this project and then appraisal?
Under the MAI definition,
Because you guys already have,
Cisco.
Cisco, so you need to
Well,
get.
if I'm not mistaken, there's, that's up to your choice. There's 2 others. There's Marketing Agent Appraisal,
Yes,
that is as a commercial appraiser.
yes.
And there's, what's the other?
I'm not sure.
Chief, is chief appraisals?
Yeah, just.
No,
check
chief
with
is,
the-
chief is not a,
It's
think
not
only
a-
residential.
They don't
that's
do
only
commercial?
residential.
Okay.
There's only supposed to be, I think there's only,
I'm not sure if it's still active, but Nick Captain,
No.
No.
No, he's not active, yeah.
The captain no
I think
more.
only chief and Mike Venetian.
yeah, chief of marketing.
There might be a
Isn't there
third,
one more?
there might be a third one, I just can't,
Sang, I believe, is it?
oh,
Milo?
that's
Yeah.
Milo.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're still, yeah, Milo, there it is.
Milo,
And those guys are up there for commercial appraisal.
yeah,
Right, right.
so there's three,
So there's two options outside of Cisco.
yeah,
Well, at
That's
least
good.
it gives us a choice.
yeah.
Give us 2-minute break, we can make a.
Commissioner, we'll make a, request, just a couple of minutes so we can make a phone call.
Okay.
Okay. To confirm your request.
I'm sorry, you're gonna call a break?
Oh, sorry.
Or
Can we
proceed.
just leave?
Go your 5 minutes.
Oh, go ahead.
Is it a break or should we proceed?
Only because they left all.
Yeah, yeah, I think we, can we proceed?
We'll proceed with the next.
Yeah, I don't think, isn't, for example, letter H, is there anybody here that
No.
needs, okay?
So Madam Chair, we're gonna move on to letter H under old business.
Excuse me, did you just skip F?
Public law,
Oh,
2746.
37-146?
So F,
Yeah.
you're here for public law 37-146?
Yeah, for letter was and letter two,
Okay.
I don't have that. Do you have it?
It's the one that looks like it's
So,
this one.
Okay, the,
How come it says Bill 38137?
That was the bill, but the public law.
Oh, I see.
Public law.
Okay, okay, I see. Okay.
Um,
what's the,
Madam Chair, Public Law 37-146, an act to authorize the CHamoru Land Trust Commission to sell 1,580 square meters of an existing bull cart trail through lots 5045, 5051B, and 5046B in the municipality of Tumaning, formerly municipality of Delido, or to authorize the CLTC to transfer to the Department of Land Management and authorize DLM to exchange 1,580 square meters of the Bull Cart Trail for approximately 13,101 square meters of a 60-foot wide public easement through consolidated lots 5045, 5051B, and 5046B in the municipality of Tumaning. Dexter should have passed out an email that was sent by Ms. Lola Leon Guerrero, request titled or regarding request for the CLTC Board of Commission support and approval for the property transfer and land exchange. We do have somebody here, I believe from the Echeverria family, who's present. In a nutshell, the bill gives CLTC an option. Either CLTC decides to sell the 1,580 square meters of an existing boot cart trail, or to transfer that boot cart trail to the Department of Land Management, who will then in turn do a land exchange with the family for the easement for 13,000.
I would just wonder, Mr. Joey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm wondering if my thoughts are in line, but just me as a fellow private property owner, I do recognize that when a large parcel is subdivided, property owners must dedicate a portion of their land for easements, right?
Mr. Baker, excuse me, can you repeat that?
I mean, I'll talk about the Luna. I own property in Luna, and as a private property owner of the Luna, I recognize that when we have these large parcels that are being subdivided, the property owners, which is one and only me, I have to dedicate a portion of my land for easements. And this is similar to what this particular bill is saying, correct?
Correct, when parceling is done,
And so if you're looking at it in that context, right, it appears like to sell the Bullheart Trail to the family, that's really what I'm asking, right?
that's one of the options in the law.
That's
So
the 50
if that was the case, right, Mr. Cruz, this sale would not only, this sale would not only support their interest, but also adhere to these practices by requiring the family to pay for, 2 independent basements. And that the average will be established by fair value, is that what we're looking at?
But that's the process if the board chooses to want to sell the boot cart trail.
So this is a sense of transparency and a commitment to being responsible, right?
Correct, depending on what the board chooses.
Okay. Okay, that's all, that's my only comment.
So my question, A.B. Cruz, is this existing Bull Cart Trail, does it serve as a trail for any other neighboring properties or any other residents? Because if we sell this, will it prohibit, will other residents or other land parcels become landlocked?
To my knowledge, I am not sure, but there is a member of the
So we
equity.
don't have a map? Where's our map? How do we know what we're giving up if we,
We did not get a map attached to the bill.
I mean,
or
I know
to the
it's
law-
already a bill,
To the law.
but the bill yeah, it's already a law, yes, I know, so, but they're authorizing us to either sell or exchange.
Correct.
How can we make that decision if we don't know?
And we have to see what land we're either gonna sell or
Yeah.
exchange, right?
We need to see the map.
If the board would like, we can table this discussion. Unfortunately, when the law was sent down to us, there was no map attached to it, but we'll go back and research it.
Yeah, so just so that we can see, I mean, what makes sense, you know, I mean, if the Bull Cart Trail is like right in their property, just sell it to them, because, you know, to Commissioner Cameron's point, there's already an existing easement, right? Why have that trail in the middle of someone's property and then ask for an easement? So let's take a look at the map first.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no existing easement, but the Bull Cart Trail, we want to be able to provide an easement. And the Bull Cart Trail is only 1,500 square meters, well, we're giving up 13,000 square
So
meters.
where, can we see, do you have a map, ma'am? Do you have, so we
The
can
map
just
was
have an idea?
given to the legislature when the bill was,
Okay.
We'll get a copy, we'll do our best to get a copy. To our understanding, this basic lot is being subdivided. There is a boot cart trail that is running through the property.
Okay.
Based on the verbiage of this law, in lieu of paying or purchasing or realigning the boot cart trail, the family is going to dedicate specific amount of property for the public easement. That's based on the law.
So because you had just mentioned that, the property owner is going to subdivide, when you do a proper subdivision, you have to give a parcel anyway to do an easement,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So they would have to give up, so it's just in our bench just itself, because once they subdivide, they're gonna have to give up easement access anyway.
Correct.
That's my thought without seeing the map.
I have a question. It's directed to,
Ma'am, would you like to come to the table? If you could just state your name and sign, please.
my name is Doreen Borja. I'm a mayor of the Ecovia family. My family owns property off of the Armington line, and there is a Bull Cart Trail that goes straight across our property, goes down the cliff. And where our property ends, then the Bull Cart Trail continues. And because our family is in the process of subdividing the property, we have to take care of that Bull Cart Trail.
Right.
And the law provides us to either, or the law permits the CLTC to either sell the property, the Bull Cart Trail, or to transfer in exchange for a Bull Cart Trail for the public easement. That's gonna be about 60 feet wide.
Is that the jogging trail across from, it's called Latte Hotel now? At the base of the cliff there?
It goes through, the Bull Cart Trail goes through, down the cliff, through Chumon, where the Latte Hotel is located.
I believe it even goes to where Pacific Palace.
So, I was aware of the breezeway down there where,
That's the one.
that breezeway is the Bull Cart Trail, part of that Bull Cart Trail, that's why they couldn't build on it. So that's the Bull Cart Trail you're referring to, or at least one of the legs of that Bull Cart
Yeah,
Trail?
we're up in the cliff,
Yeah, that's good stuff.
but that one goes down the cliff.
I mean, I guess long one.
But your properties were
On the
on
cliff
top
line,
or on the bottom?
on the top, we have a portion of the Bull Cart Trail that goes down the cliff, because we own a little bit more of the cliff side.
So there is no shared ownership of the upper part of that Bull Cart Trail?
No, we own the entire property.
The Bull Cart Trails are under the jurisdiction of CLTC.
No, but what I'm saying is,
It's
does
located,
it cut through two different
no.
landowners or just one?
Maybe when
You
it
don't know
gets down
because
to the
it's not
bottom.
subdivided yet.
Is there any detriment to
Yeah.
the
No,
CLTC
she
to
just
sell
said
it?
it's.
I don't believe so. Again, the law is really clear, either we sell it, we do a land exchange, or we give it to DLM to do a land exchange for the easement.
Is that the property?
Yeah,
Is the
I
Bull Cart
don't-
Trail depicted in
no,
Yeah.
it's not indicated there,
Oh,
you
it's
cannot
not
see,
that
but
thing
that is
right
the
there.
property.
That's probably one of it, cause it names, there's a 51B and a 5045, so. This is 5046B, so it's just one of two.
Seeing as how the law kind of dictates we have to do one of two things, I'm thinking, I mean, just my opinion, selling the property is probably the easiest thing for us. And if it's,
And why is that, may I ask? Why is it easier for you that rather just exchange the property? Because we have to have an easement because of the Bull Cart Trail. And because we're gonna provide the easement, the standard easement is about 60 feet wide.
yeah,
I don't understand why we would have to buy it when we can just exchange it for the easement, because we have to provide it, as you said. We have to provide an easement anyways.
Yeah, so even if there was not an existing Bull Cart Trail there, you would still need to provide your own easement when you do your subdivision. So the Bull Cart Trail is, of course, obviously it's, GovCon property. So there was a purpose for that Bull Cart Trail, and that's the reason why it existed. That purpose is no longer needed.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's no longer needed. So it's a property that's no longer needed, so if it's not needed, then we should sell it, because we don't need it.
Yes,
And if you want to subdivide your property, you can do that, and with the proper subdivision laws, you would create your own easements and your own rights of way. So that is the intent, I think, from behind Commissioner Lopez.
And I'm saying that our family would prefer to transfer because that Bull Cart Trail hasn't been used in over 80 years.
As a member of this commission, I represent the beneficiaries of the trust as a whole, which extends, pardon me, ma'am, for being so frank, which extends beyond your family. So we are here representing what is the best interest for the beneficiaries of the trust. And I agree with Commissioner Rojas that the best interest of the beneficiaries of the trust is to sell the Bull Cart Trail.
what is that, would that be sold at fair market value? Or
That's what it
would-
says, that's what the law says.
There'll be a process, so normally when Government of Guam, the property is sold to a bill, the buyer purchaser will obtain two appraisals. The average will be calculated and then that would be the selling price.
based on the law, I'd make a motion to, sell the, 1,580 square meters in compliance with the law.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Are we having a motion here?
Yes, there's a motion on the table, to sell the boot cart trail.
Make that motion?
I did.
Okay,
Second
and
it.
was there a second to the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, are we voting on it now? I'm sorry,
Yes.
I lost contact, my phone went up and down, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay, so I say aye.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Sorry about that, guys.
Now, we'll reach out, is there a contact number we can get on the administrator or representative? Will you just be
Okay, you can continue.
Was it a green light or?
Well, it's,
Purple.
no, if I can speak,
Yeah.
if I'm ready, reiterate. So the request was, not less than 10. I think we'll get an approval, and, I recollected one of Joey's concerns from previous meetings we had, when the bill wasn't clear, it says not less or not more, so we wanna make it very clear today. It will be not less than,
Yes.
right? So that way, Joey, will be clear,
Mhm.
it won't be below that. If an appraiser does come in below that, we got that trigger not less than, okay?
Correct. Correct.
So the ask was 10, and we had counter at 9.5. Not less than 9.5. And it could be more, because when you guys get the extended years appraised, right, we get the extended years appraised, be not less than 9.5 plus whatever the new appraisal that will come in. We don't know what that number will be, that's why.
Just for clarification, if I may, so we're gonna take the existing lease, the NPV of the new lease, or will it be a combination of both? When we take the appraisal of the new lease, both will be combined to determine that the net present value will not be less than 9.5. Is
I
that
think,
correct?
you know, what's that, instead of taking the average, of Siska's appraisal and your appraisal, we're just gonna go with your appraisal. But I think the parameters, what the set of numbers that your chosen appraiser is going to use is what's that, for the extended period of time, you update the market value. Market value, and then you determine the market rent value, and then you take that cash flow for that extended period, right? What's that, and put it into its present net value.
Okay,
And we use
so the
So it should
existing
yield-
lease does not,
The existing lease, the existing cash flow, will determine the net present value of that cash flow.
up to 2039.
But still using the 12% escalation clause, so we think, you know, that it's gonna yield, more than 10.
so
We think it's
just
gonna yield more than 10.
one other question for clarification, when the request for, like when CLTC selects their appraiser, what is the request gonna be? Like based on what parameters, right? Is it the net present value, or is it the income driven, or what is it gonna be? Cause I'm only asking, cause after our work session and our discussions, I went back to the appraisal done by Cornerstone on the global recycling property. That's 15 acres, 14 to 15. I believe the appraised value of the property was 2.5 million at 15 acres. And that's what we use to determine the, what is it? The back assessment of unauthorized use property by Med Farm. So, I'm assuming that the report is gonna be created based on the instructions, right? Is it for highest and best use, or is it for this use, or to calculate whatever the target is, right? I'm not sure, but I'm just curious what would be the instructions to the appraiser.
I think the, what we work with is the existing, circumstances, is one is that there is an existing lease agreement, so when we take a net present value, so one portion of it would be based on the lease.
The current use?
The current lease, right, and then what's that, and so for the duration of the current term that's covered by the lease, what's that, the cash flow that we're gonna give a net present value to is based on that lease. But then because there's also, we're,
Okay, so just so that I follow along, so what you're saying is we just use, since it's already in the middle of 2025. So from 2026 to the current lease ends in 2039, we're using the current lease numbers. My understanding is with the 12% lift starting in 2026 as an
Right.
example.
yes, so
And that would be the current income stream from 2026 to 2029. Is that correct? Is my
That's
understanding correct?
That's
Okay.
correct. And then for the extended term, right,
Which
what's
is in
that,
2040 through 2055.
right, and then what's that, so we considered, what's that, what Director Cruz had mentioned before, to bring up to date, so that's when you have to do a appraisal of that property, and then you also mentioned that I think the law requires that the rent be like at least 10% of the appraised value, right?
The fair market
The
value.
fair value market, so I anticipate what the appraiser is gonna do is follow those parameters, right? And then and then do analysis of what's the net present value of that
term.
that cash flow for the extended term.
But the appraisal will not be done until closer to the time of when the lease, closer to 2040, because the value of the land and the present value of the, will be different today in 2026 versus
Right.
towards the end of the lease.
I think what's that,
Because that's one thing that's not clear.
right, for
When
lease,
would that,
for lease purposes, they always, do the appraisal based on when you're gonna do the appraisal, because we're trying to determine what's that, I see what you're saying.
yeah,
It's,
when would the appraisal be done? Now?
I think you wanna
So
do,
that we can know what our income stream
Yeah, you
is,
wanna-
or are we gonna wait until closer to that time so that we can have a more realistic value of what the current rents
I-
are in 2040?
I think we need to do the appraisal now. What's that, it's, when we're talking about what's the rental, fair market value, we're talking about the fair market value of the property now and not, 20 years from now. What's it, that would be so
Yeah, this
speculative.
is Commissioner Cameron. I wanted to ask just one question, just only because we're on this topic now. With that stated, will there be a subsequent escalation of potentially every 5 years to ensure competitiveness as far as your rental, your lease?
I think it's 12%.
12%.
It's 12%, right?
It's above the, Commissioner, it's above, your statutory says 10%. The law says we're doing it at 12% every 5 years.
Okay. Also, while we're on the topic, I'm kind of concerned about one more thing, only because I'm in and out, I'm driving right now, and I know when I go down here, Marine Drive, there's a spot where it dies, but I wanted to throw something in before that happens, just in case. Is there I'm trying to figure out, a performance guarantee where you must secure a performance or a surety bond of a certain amount of dollars, naming Sworn Trust as the beneficiary, and this bond will guarantee the thorough cleanup of the leased property and the property disposal of the solar panels at the end of the lease term? I'm just curious, because it is imperative that this bond remains valid for the entire duration of the lease, or any lapse will be treated as a violation with potential lease terminations as a consequence. Do you see yourself doing that?
There's a provision in page 8, paragraph line 24, what's that, I think this might be what you're talking about, what's that, it provides for a monetary guarantee such as cash deposit or performance bond to ensure the proper removal of all the components associated with the solar.
So if the number came up to 5 million, you can agree to that on the surety bond?
Because it's not stated, I think.
A value wasn't stated, what's that, so that's something that we have to work on together to determine that value.
Okay, thank you. I'm going in and out, I'm sure. I'm sorry if I miss, I'll try to get back in, but please forgive me, I'm on the road.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I think just to speak to Commissioner Cameron's also the term of the bond. Because it just says should take out. For the sake of CLTC, it should be for the duration of the lease. Because you could take it out today and not renew it next year.
Right.
You know, we're gonna be stuck.
So do we add that for the duration of the lease?
Yes, we could add that for the duration, of course, what's that, that's the whole purpose of the bond. And then what's that, and just to, also just to, address something else is, since there was a paragraph, on page 9, paragraph 9 was to be deleted.
Yes,
What's
we
that,
add
but
that
since,
in.
so we have to put that back in.
Yes.
And then what's that, except for the landscaping, so we could cross out ground of the JICC, because then, what's that, we've
what line
agreed
is that?
to, line 7. So
Okay.
in terms of the maintenance cost of the facilities, right, we could cross out the word ground, and then what's
Okay.
that, we can make sure that, that JICC will continue
Yeah.
to do the groundkeeping for the 5 acres.
We'll
Unless
take
it
on
is-
the
Thank you for
facilities,
that.
Yeah,
but leave the
provided,
ground.
yeah, as long as it's not leased, as long as, Jamal Electric has not leased it out to someone else.
Are we taking out the ground or the facilities? Or
Just taking out ground.
Right, just meaning that, so that GICC will continue to maintain the ground.
Okay.
You never know, we may be the one listening for you.
$1.25?
I thought it was 50 cents, but
That was 20 minutes ago.
So, Carlos, do we, what's that, just to, get you back on track, I interrupted you, so you were talking about the 10 million.
Oh, we did
9.5.
9.5,
Okay.
because we,
This is Commissioner Cameron. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't this like tried to be addressed in the last legislature? This whole thing from the last legislature?
which one?
The last
Yeah.
legislature, 179-36.
So
Oh, yeah,
this
this-
has gone through 2 legislatures.
So that's
It
why
was
we want to
under
settle it.
the last legislature and now this new legislature, we're addressing this again.
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Yes, Commissioner Cameron, you're
My
correct.
gosh, we're really moving fast forward here. I'm happy about all this.
I think if there's not any more questions, what's that, I guess it's up to the board, the commissioners, what's that, to see if, our proposal on the 9.5 is acceptable. I think that's where we're at, and everything else, I think, we've addressed.
I think that if we maintain the clause, a minimum of 9.5,
Yeah, clarify it, yes.
yes, just to clarify, minimum.
So I'd like to make a motion that we accept that, at a minimum, the 9.5.
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I guess if
Motion
it's
can-
possible, can the board decide also all the amendments that was
Yes.
mentioned, just so that we, when we prepare the letter in regards to this bill, we can reference everything that the board had agreed to. And another thing is to designate a representative, a board representative for the public hearing.
So you
So,
That was for the previous bills.
so yeah.
The reason why we're doing it for each bill is because item E, we cannot discuss, because it won't meet the open government law.
So Bill 13538, I believe offers significant potential, but also raises some very important concerns. And after thorough reviewing of documentation and previous performance audits, and those submitted by GICC, as well as all the insights provided by both the staff and the commission, it's crucial to ensure that the CLTC receives fair compensation while maintaining reasonable expectations of this property. However, the bill does contain numerous conditions and vague suggestions that could introduce some uncertainty. And to prioritize our interests as CLTC and to also eliminate any ambiguity, I propose a motion to support the amendment of the existing commercial lease between CLTC and GICC that will facilitate the development of a solar farm and extend the lease term until January 31, 2055, and include the following and clear essential conditions. So one, the lease framework. All amendments and extensions will be structured around the current lease, initiating rent escalation on February 1st, 2026 to 12%. Is that right?
Commissioner Respicio, I think the board just made a motion to accept
All of
that
them?
that the NPV is no less than 9.5. The escalation and structure of the proposed lease, the board had struck some out and then wanted to keep some.
So that's where I'm getting to.
Okay.
So I'm trying to bullet point everything that we've talked about. So that's first point. Did we agree to that? I just wanna make sure that as I'm writing my notes, that was agreed, right? We're gonna agree to the 12% escalation through, starting February 2026.
This would be basically to simplify it, what it is the current lease contains a 10% every 5 years, so we're agreeing to 12%.
Every 5
Every
years,
5 years.
starting on the next increment.
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
2026, right?
So,
I
no, the
think
next
it's
increment is 2028.
2020.
Yeah, okay. So do I have to keep amending myself? Or are you following, because it's quite a lot? Okay, right, so to increase the escalation from 10 to 12%, starting the next 5-year increment, which is 2029, or 2028, February 2028.
2029?
Well, February 20,
February.
Well, it's
February.
effective 2029.
But I think the every 5 years is February 1st, 2028.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it expires in January 31st.
And then, so that was the first one. And then GICC has agreed to settle any outstanding rent, right, and real property taxes in full by January 31st, 2026, or was that October?
We wanted to clarify that, I guess for the record, Joey, that was stated January 2026, but that's what we gave an exhibit to show that our agreement's up to October 2026. But if this bill passes, then there's a shorter trigger, the 30-day trigger.
Okay, so we will keep the
whichever
current
comes
agreement
first.
yeah, so whichever comes first, either October or the trigger date by this bill. Is that
October
correct?
2026.
Correct?
Yeah, if you look at, is it there?
Yes,
Is there, just to clarify.
Yeah, so this is what I recall.
No, it's one from you guys letterhead anyways. Just for the, just to clarify.
It is.
Unless, Joe?
yes, that's right.
Okay.
Make sure you're capturing it, okay, because it's a lot of different things.
Unless I'm wrong, but
Yeah.
it says October.
Okay.
But just for clarification. Okay?
There's gonna be a lot of different.
Yeah, so, okay, so far so good, right?
Yes.
And with regard to the lease frameworks, all amendments. Okay, let me see, right? Then the upfront commitment, upon executing the amendments, JCC will pay half of the total value of the amended and extended lease in advance. Half of the total value or the full, demonstrating the commitment to partnership. You would pay the full amount in advance?
Well, Jerry,
Hold on, what's that,
there's a provision.
Yeah,
right,
The 9 million NPV.
yeah, at least the minimum, right, which is the 9.5 million that we agreed?
I think the payment schedule is, what's that,
30 days.
10% of the net present value that's determined by your appraiser within 30 days. Within 30 days
Of the
of the signing of the power purchase agreement.
Okay,
And then the bill also stipulates that the remaining 90% will be paid 30 days when upon when the power plant is operational.
First
So are
transmission.
those-
But in the meantime, during that whole duration, what's that, GICC will continue to pay the monthly rate.
okay. So is that, I wanna make sure that we did not strike that out.
I want, yeah.
So is it,
It's still in there.
it's still in there, okay, so, okay.
So, just for
GI
clarification, and I'm sorry, when you said when GICC produces or transmits or provides the first power, only because in the bill it says an additional 2 years for any type of permitting, so we could be paid the 90% 2 years later. Is that possible?
It's possible, that's why we wanna make sure that during that interim, while it's under construction, what's that, we continue paying the monthly rate.
Monthly rent.
So that there's no funding shortage to the trust, to the.
And again, Joey, just for your record, the reason we did the 2-year permitting window, those of you who've gone through the government permitting process, not to blame the government, sometimes it takes longer than that.
Yes, yeah,
So, and if that ever happens, then we do miss the big beautiful bill.
yeah.
We just lost our time, we just lost our time.
Further, GICC must secure a performance bond, right, or a surety bond, naming CLTC as the beneficiary, and the amount has yet to be determined. That will be determined on the net present value. Is that correct? What was our,
There is no amount.
Right, this will be on page 8.
yeah,
line
page 8,
24.
item 8,
Right, what's that, the bond is for the
Cleanup.
for the cleanup.
Right,
So
right.
that amount would be determined based
What's
on.
that, I think we need to discuss that.
So for now, we'll say based on the cleanup as recommended by current EPA guidelines.
Sure, yes,
Yeah, so whatever the EPA guidelines are that will require for the cleanup, whatever that cost will be.
We know, real quick, we know that the panels cannot be thrown in the dump.
Right,
That was one of, on the previous 179, Senator Sabina Paris' concern. And you gotta make sure it's PFAS free
right,
and
that's
all
here,
that, so,
that's here.
yeah, that's all there, so, they just wanna make sure they don't dump it. And there is a procedure on, removing this, panels.
Yes.
Hopefully, in 30 years from now, if the infrastructure is still there, then you guys can go on your own and do your own solar business and generate that whole cash.
We're gonna rent it
I
to
don't
you.
know, we're all gonna be here.
No, I mean, it's, the assets are there.
Okay, was there anything else I missed?
Maybe,
Commissioner?
maybe Commissioner, Respicio, one of the things that I also was thinking about is if GICC cannot meet these conditions, right? That the proposed amendments and extensions will be deemed void,
Yes, I was gonna.
think
allowing
it's
us to maintain the integrity of our processes, right? So this approach not only protects the interests of the CHamoru Land Trust, but it also paves the way for responsible, sustainable development, right?
Yes, so to include in my motion, if GICC cannot meet those conditions as proposed, then this will void the lease and any extensions.
I think,
And it's
like-
already included,
it's already in the bill,
yeah,
that
okay.
it will automatically
Revert.
revert back to a golf course.
Okay.
That wasn't
So
there.
I second the motion of, Commissioner Respicio.
All in favor, say aye.
I,
Motion carried.
Don't forget the representative.
oh, I also make a motion that our representative will be Commissioner Joseph Cameron. Do you accept, sir?
You have to be there, Joe.
Yeah, I'm really gonna slap you when I see you.
You're the most articulate among the bunch.
There was a motion first from, Commissioner Cameron, did you change that to do another, cause he motioned, then Commissioner Espicio second, and then that's
What
when.
was that motion?
No, we
He
can't.
motioned to accept,
Except
and
for-
then,
Correct.
you second, and then that's when the AD asks, if you can do an amendment. So you're making a new motion, you're canceling his motion, making a new motion, how is this going?
On which bill are you talking about?
Right before, Commissioner Cameron said he motioned to accept, and then you said, I second, and then,
To accept this bill?
Are you talking about the Billy Cruz thing?
no, right
I
now,
think the
this
nine
this
point
one.
five,
And then this is
Oh, I
when
motion, I
AD,
motion to accept.
I think it was the
So I'm-
9.5.
so it's two
Oh, the
motions on
9.5.
this one.
Okay, yeah.
Is it two motions? Because you didn't vote on the first one that Commissioner Cameron voted, motion.
Correct. Well, there is a reason
We
for
did,
that.
we
It's
We did,
because
we did.
there was a quagmire of concerns, and so we tabled it.
No,
No.
so
No.
you
No,
made a
you motioned for
motion.
the 9.5, to accept the 9.5.
Commissioner Respicio second, but nobody, they didn't,
Oh.
you guys didn't vote on it, so is it squashed, or did you
We
change
did,
it?
we
How
did, we did. Everyone agrees here that we did.
I guess when you do the transcription, we'll
Okay,
bring that up.
okay, got it.
So now this is
Got
a
it.
new motion from Commissioner Respicio.
Yes,
Correct.
And then the second
Correct.
was,
Commissioner
Commissioner
Cameron.
Cameron.
so, and
And we
then,
voted,
okay, now you vote,
Yes.
and we voted.
I just, okay,
Okay,
I just wanna clear
Okay.
that up.
thanks for,
And then,
sorry for that confusion, guys.
yes, and then we also made a motion that, it would be Commissioner Cameron to represent the board
I got
as
that.
an official PIO, okay?
So those are three motions just on DICC, this
Correct.
For the
bill.
bill.
Yes,
Okay,
Just
okay.
wanna-
I thought we were moving back to another issue, but we're still on GICC. Okay, got it.
But there's still, I think, the motion of your
Yes.
yeah. So I make the motion.
I'll second.
That's four.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much. I know it's been a hard road, but I'm very happy that we can move forward and get this going.
Oh, we still got 15 senators to see yes or no.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
don't,
good luck.
That's true. Good luck, good luck.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Joe, thank you.
This is a lot.
Wow.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Madam Chair, we'll move into item H under old business. However, the first, number one item, under item H, I would respectfully request to remove this from the agenda for the board to not discuss. I've recently learned that through a lot certification issued by the Department of Land Management, which Dexter will be giving you a copy, the specific property where the Hoggett Post Office sits is under the administrative jurisdiction of the Hoggett Mayor's Office.
Okay.
So CLTC does not have any authority
this is
to
Hoggett Mayor.
determine that, yes. The second item, item number two, we would also request to remove that. Initially, the USPS, contractor, did inquire about the exercising the option to extend, however, in our recent emails, they're withdrawing that request. So again, we would like to remove this and, from the agenda or from any further discussions, until such time they should come back and request to extend their options if it's legally allowable. And we can move into the new business. Madam Chair, under the new business, item number one is Robbie Jean Cantonizzo. Is she present? No. Mr. Glenn will be the one to provide the report and the reports for the other constituents.
Is the person, is she here?
No.
No.
Madam Chair, can I motion to entertain the folks that are here now first, before we move on to people who are absent?
We go.
So you can let us guide us, we don't know who's here.
There's a motion to,
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed.
is Mr. Ricardo Santiago present?
No.
Antonio Algan and Ana Ignacio Aquino, your representatives. Your name? Can you just sign in, and when you speak, just state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we have Mr. Mark Aquilino. He is the son of Mr. Antonio Algan Aquilino, who's deceased, and also the mom, Ana Ignacio Aquilino, also deceased. He's here today requesting to prove as a successor to his late father, Antonio Algan Aquilino, agricultural lease containing 1 acre. And also, he's also requesting to take over his late father's, Antonio Algan Aquilino's, agricultural lease containing 1 acre. So the issue that's indicated from our staff report, from one of the land agent, on item A is 2 agricultural leases with different effective dates on the same lot was issued by the by COTC. Moving forward in that one, on item 5, on September 29, 1998, in chronology, item D, the agricultural lease of a portion of lot 480 agate containing 1 acre was issued by Administrative Director Joseph Borja. This was in 1998, the first lease. And the second lease on item F was issued February 11, 2005, on a portion of lot 480 agate. So these 2 leases was issued on 2 different dates, which is the same lot. What happened? I don't know what happened, how did that transpire, but it's the same location. So in summary, Mr. Antonio Aquilino was issued at least on September 29, 1998, agricultural lease for portion lot 480. And also, the second lease was issued and notarized effective February 11, 2005 by Administrative Director Thomas Elliott by using the same application date and lot description, but with different effective date, with only Mr. Aquilino as the lessee. On January 21st, 2023, Mr. Aquilino requested to name his son Mark Aquilino as his successor, but the request was not approved. On the same day, Mr. Aquilino requested to transfer his lease to his son, Mr. Aquilino. A week later, Ana Ignacio Aquilino, the wife, and approved co-lessee died. So Mr. Aquilino died on September 1st, 2023, and so he left behind children with his Josephine M.A. Augustine, Joyce Aquilino, and Michael Aquilino. They submitted a notarized letter requesting to relinquish their successor rights to the brother Mark Allan Aquilino. So the siblings relinquished their interest to the brother, so to get the father's lease. So this is why it's here today. And in concluding here, the staff report, it mentions the board, legal, council, administrative direction, action. A, to motion to approve, deny or table termination of September 29, 1998 agricultural lease, which is the first one. A motion to approve or deny Mark Aquilino as a successor to Antonio Algan Aquilino agriculture use for a portion of lot 480 agate. C, motion to approve, deny, or table the reduction of acreage from 1 acre to half acre. D, motion to approve, deny, or table rental rate for Antonio Albert Aquino's agricultural lease for a portion of 480 containing half acre. Also, item E, motion to approve or deny the transfer of Aquino's Antonio Aquino's agricultural lease to Mark Allen Aquino for a portion of lot 80 agate pending completion of the following. Number 1, recorded survey map, clearance of land fees, clearance of property taxes, and lastly, site inspection confirming full compliance for agricultural lease. So this is now left to the board to make the decision if you want to name us as successor and also as the to take over as father's lease.
I have a question for you, Mr. Aquinina. Are you willing and able to do the actions listed in item E, which is to record, so these are the items that he must perform?
Yes.
To record the survey, clearance of all land lease fees, clearance of property taxes, to participate in the site inspection confirming full compliance of an agricultural lease. Are you willing and able to do all of those, perform all of those actions?
So I have an area here that shows where they're actually occupying an agate. They're actually occupying, but I'm not sure if it's made available, but that's in your staff report. The staff report, and so that will be part of the compliance when the team goes out there and do their compliance, and then once it's completed, the notice to remediate will be issued out to Mr. Mark. It's not there? Okay, I'm sorry.
So normally when it comes to any kind of contract, the initial contract supersedes the subsequent contracts, most especially when it, comes to land. If the September 29, 1998 lease was registered,
It was unrecorded.
both of the leases are unrecorded.
I believe, so
September's recorded.
September.
So that's what I'm saying, the initial lease was recorded, and that's the first lease. The second lease was not recorded but notarized.
The second lease is recorded.
Is recorded,
Yeah.
the first lease is not.
So,
But
to speak to that, Commissioner Respicio, one of the things was that the first lease wasn't ratified, which created the second lease, which was ratified by the board for issuance. So the first lease was issued administratively,
Okay,
and like mentioned, it wasn't recorded. So the second lease, February 11, 2005, was ratified by the board, but also recorded with DLM.
but had they been using the property since the initial lease, September 1998? The initial lease was.
we don't know, we know that the lease was issued in that
But you
date,
don't know
but we don't know
what
when they
kind of
occupied.
What kind of activity would.
Right,
occur.
yeah.
I believe today, given, I am gonna assume that, even based on the pictures, that, Mr. Aquino is not in compliance. And that's why it speaks to under item E5,
Mhm. But he said he's willing to participate to conform and compliance, and he's able to, willing and able.
so just like one of the last, decisions the board made, it could be a conditional approval pending all the remediation or submittal of any type of payment of taxes, lease payments. Because nonetheless, even if the board was to grant the approval to name him as a successor, internally our process is we will not represent this to the board until he has come into full compliance within a year. If Mr. Aquino should not come into full compliance in a year, then we will prepare the report to terminate the lease for non-compliance.
So I know that the lease in 1998 was not issued in the correct way.
Correct.
But the intent was there, and it seems that there was a bill to correct all of the issues of lease that are not issued properly.
Yeah, 131-37.
Yeah, so really, given that, the initial lease should be the lease, and so if the request is to, we have to choose one lease, right? You have to cancel one, so can I make a motion? I make a motion to accept the lease September 29, 1998 as the official lease, and I guess we need to record it or do whatever we need to do, and cancel the 2005 agricultural lease.
We still have the original of the 1998 lease?
Let us verify, because we may not.
Because we haven't canceled that,
So
that's
then-
why we're asking to
Yeah,
cancel.
so then how do you know that that exists if you don't have the
I mean, the original document with the seal, cause
Yes.
it won't be able to be recorded.
Can't be
if it's not
recorded
the
without that.
original.
Yeah, so we'd have to determine which legal document we have it's recorded.
We'll verify right now.
Okay. So that's the first matter, right? And then the second matter is to name him,
As a successor
okay?
to his father's lease.
So I make a motion to name him as his successor of his father's lease on the conditional approval of items listed under item 6E, numbers 1 through 6.
I'll second.
Right?
All in favor, say.
Aye.
Motion carried.
So we're just waiting to determine which lease we have that's legible and legal. That's the lease that we go with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We can also move to item C, to motion deny table reduction of acreage from 1 acre to half acre. Being that the new law, the past 131-37 is.
Just speaking to what Glenn's mentioning, so
I think we should just,
anything that speaks to the issuance of over a half acre today would require legislative approval, like how Ms. Casper Bauer's situation was. But because this is an existing lease, it predates the law that created that requirement, so there's no need to address that part. However, in the event that Mr. Aquilino should determine that he's unable to comply with the 1 acre, he can on his own choose to reduce, to have an acreage
so
reduction.
do you want to keep your 1 acre, Mr. Aquinina?
How can I answer
Yeah.
that question? Because you lived there and you said, I think my dad was in compliance.
So, based on your lease, you have an agriculture lease. You're supposed to farm 2/3 of your lease.
So you just, can I ask, because I'll do whatever, but, how would I farm 2/3 if I don't get 4 points? Right?
If you don't get the survey.
It's
Well,
just much-
Your lease is subject to survey, so you have to pay for the survey.
So, as soon as I get that 4 points, because I might end up in somebody's property.
Yeah.
But I did plan now, while I'm there.
So do you want half an acre or do you want half an acre or do you want the full acre? That's the discussion on the table now. Because if it's a full acre, you have to farm 3/4.
I
Are
think
you
he says.
willing and able to do that?
I'll just stay with it, since I'll farm.
To Commissioner Respicio.
I'll just hold on to it.
Hold on to the 1 acre.
I'll go on the fire.
So the motion can stay as it is?
Yeah.
And then like, Director Cruz said, if at a later point you want to reduce the size, you can come back.
Now, yeah, talking about compliance or farming, I won't be able to actually farm until I get those points.
Yes.
Yeah, so that is part of the,
That's part of the agreement.
yeah, that you would get it surveyed, just so you can mark the points.
So you work with the staff and they'll guide you through the things that you need to rectify.
Just need to be educated on it.
Yeah.
We're here to help. Whatever questions you have, we'll respond accordingly. So gratefully, we have the original for the 2015.
Oh, wow.
Of the 1998?
No,
Oh.
the 2015.
2015, I thought you said 2005.
Or 2005, sorry.
Right?
Sorry. My head was.
Yeah, the meeting has been long, so.
Yeah.
But it's not recorded, so you're gonna have to get it recorded also. No, both leases are not recorded. The 1998 lease is only a copy. The 2005 lease is not
Original.
recorded, but it's an original.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we can only record the original.
So do I need to amend my motion? Or-
No, just, because I think, yes, just amend it for Karen.
So I'll amend my first motion that, what was my first motion? That the original, or that for the first request, that we will go with the February 11, 2005 agricultural lease, as that is the legal lease that we have on hand to be recorded.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
And then, if a motion could be considered for the termination of the September 29, 1998 lease.
I make a motion to terminate the September 29, 1998 lease.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So the motion to approve or deny the reduction of acreage, do we need to do that?
No, not at this
Okay,
time.
because he wants to keep the 1 acre, okay. So you're gonna keep the 1 acre.
In the meeting. We'll guide you through what needs to be done.
Okay.
One thing for sure that is needed is, the lease, and we've seen many agriculture leases that say under rental fees shall be determined at a later date. This is a concern that we have internally, because normally subsistence farming leases are at half an acre or less, which is, we charge $1. However, because this acreage size meets the definition of commercial activity, we're assuming that that's why the rental rate states that rental fees to be determined at a later date. We can consult with Attorney Miller on our approach in regards to that matter, but we just wanted to bring it up, that so the board is aware of another issue that will arise.
Because in the lease and our law, it says that, like, Mr. Joe mentioned that anything from half acre or less is for subsistence farming,
And it's only $1.
$1 a year. Anything greater than a half acre and above is commercial use. So it's no longer subsistence, so that's why it's noted.
So,
No, you can build, but you have to comply with the lease terms first, so you have to farm 2/3. If you came today and you came to the office and you
Determine how much I'll be paying and that.
after we consult our attorney, we won't be able to give you that rate today.
doesn't he have an option to also change it from agriculture to residential?
No.
No?
So
So how is he gonna build?
you'll.
After you farm 2/3 of the property, then you can ask, get a written consent from us to build, but we have to go and inspect it first.
He already has a structure.
Yes, this is
That was
structure.
prior to.
You have to farm 2/3 of your acre lease.
So there is a structure there already, that we're gonna have to
1,200 square meters.
do a site inspection and then issue a notice to remediate.
And the house is small.
So
The temporary structures or?
That's why we have to go out there and identify, and ask and see if they get a
Not
building
but
permit.
once he
and
comes
stuff
into
like that.
compliance, he can build.
Yeah.
So he can build, once you come and do these things, then you can build on a half acre.
Correct. So today you have an acre.
If you take a half acre and you have to farm on 2/3, you
No.
don't have much.
Yeah.
Half
The-
acre is not 2/3, you don't have to farm in 2/3.
Yes, you have to farm 2/3 of the half acre.
Oh, also?
Yes.
Okay.
That's 100 by 200, that's a
The
big-
intention
for
was really
subsistence,
for
yes.
farm.
That's a good size.
Garden?
Yeah.
Well, a normal house, 100 by 100, you know, right? Yeah.
So, but just so you're aware, that will come up later after we discuss with attorney.
Legislature approval, anything, because
We're gonna have to consult with Miller. Anything over a half acre, that's deemed for commercial, then have to go to the legislature for approval. that's another step.
He
But
already
I don't
had
think
one.
his intention is to do commercial, that's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to get at, so.
Right, so then they
Whatever
have
we
to
can
reduce
resolve
it,
now,
yeah.
we should
Yeah.
resolve, he doesn't have the intention to do commercial, so you're before us now, do you want half an
You wanna
acre or
keep
1
acre
acre?
or half, like
Yeah.
Commissioner
So-
Respisha asked?
If you don't intend to farm, if you keep the 1 acre, you have to farm 2/3 of it, correct? And we don't know what you're going, you have to go through the legislature, correct? And then the rent is gonna be a little higher.
Potentially that could happen.
Ask director, then if you go with a half acre, what are his,
Your rent will be $1,
$1,
but you
yeah.
still have to farm 2/3, so you know.
Yeah. So,
half acre is still a lot. Half acre is 2,000 square meters.
If you're gonna build we don't know how big of a structure you're gonna build, but
Half acre, you can still build a 3 or 4 bedroom.
This is
It's
why
big.
we
Half acre-
issue, we offer residential and agriculture.
you have to
So
farm.
agriculture, you have to farm.
As long as they can do both.
Yeah, you can do both on a half acre.
Yeah, I got a question.
Is it pertaining to this case, sir?
Yeah, the thing about the legislature and stuff like that, I think I remember him saying something about because of the situation of the father getting the land, that you don't need to go through the legislature for
the size.
Yeah.
Correct.
yeah, for the current lease, so he's able to take
Yeah,
it.
so he's good with the 1 acre,
Yeah.
you don't need to go to the legislature.
Even
so
for the one in
just throw
2005?
that in.
Because that's
Yes,
the one we're gonna record.
because
Yeah.
it predates,
Okay.
Yeah,
it's fine.
yeah, just like that,
So what,
So the decision you need to make is if you wanna stay at an acre and farm 3/4 of it,
Yeah.
or size down to a half acre and farm 2/3 of it. It's really your,
Half an acre is still a lot, it's about a little bit more than 2,000 square meters.
Do you
A
work?
lot of homes,
Do you work?
are built on that.
Do you work?
Yes.
You work? Maybe you should downsize.
Because it's difficult to do. So you can still build a 3, 4 bedroom home on a half an acre.
and
Can go
the
up.
lease goes down to
Yeah,
goes
the
down
lease
to
goes
$1.
down to
Yeah.
$1.
Yeah, versus whatever gets,
Yeah.
And then you'll be given a year to be in compliance, to farm that 2/3 1 acre. And if you're not compliant, then to farm 2/3 in 1 year. We can guide you in that.
we can provide you further guidance, outside of the meeting, cause we have like a whole list of things to give you. Aside from farming, you have to plant 5 trees every year for the first 5 years. There's other requirements, and we can go in detail with you about it,
Mark?
to the lease terms.
But that was your property they had up in the screen, right?
The dads,
That one right there. Well, that's the property.
That's the
in
subject
question,
property.
right? That one right there.
yeah.
4 points there, so.
Yeah.
But
That's
I
a-
will say that there's breadfruit, mango in the bottom, 2 mangoes there, mango on top, mango further down. And I just planted, maybe like, I think it's probably like 7 feet.
But what I'm trying to get at is there's a lot of ground clearing you're gonna have to do. You can save the mango trees and not touch them, okay? And whatever trees that you were mentioning,
Yeah.
but you still have to clear between them, because that looks like jungle.
And with that, you have to provide at least a farming plan for that 1 acre, a farming plan. Or what type of fruit or trees are you gonna
I
plant?
think, are you okay? So you can tell the board,
I think my family might, siblings, okay with that too.
yeah, just let the board know, just so that it's recorded.
so did you wanna reduce to a half acre?
I'm okay with that.
You sure? Cause,
Yes, because like you said, I can work.
Hmm?
I think I have like 9, 10 more years to retire.
If I may, just based on the existing building right now that you see, we're gonna have to go to second city and scheme it and see how we can cut it into half
Into two.
acre where it'll be in compliance with the, with the setbacks and everything. Looks like some building may be effective with the setbacks. We won't know until we do a scheme.
site inspection.
Right, and go out do a GPS in the building, take the corners. So,
There may be some structures there that you may have to remove.
Yes.
Could
Well,
you,
yeah, I will remove,
Yeah.
because pretty much that was like, that one was supposed to be that house, but for some reason it ended up there.
Is there two houses there?
Everything was gonna be a house.
okay.
See that square thing you see there? That was supposed to be a temporary house. And then there's a structure in the bottom that I was young, my older sister and her boyfriend did everything.
So is there two dwellings there at this time?
No, there's just that structure right there, that thing there in the front, there's just a canopy,
Okay.
so it's just,
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Just to move along. and
We'll do a side
Yeah.
section.
So we're doing
That's
1
special.
acre or, no, we're.
Do you wanna keep your 1 acre or reduce it to half acre?
Did you wanna take a little time to think about it?
Okay. And then you can come back to the board if you wanna reduce it.
if I was to hold that 1 acre, later on the value, then I'm gonna have to be paying more.
We don't know yet,
We don't know what that is.
we're gonna consult with. the
Maybe you can
attorney.
wait till they determine what the payment is,
Then
and
decide.
then if it's not something you wanna do, you can come back to us.
You don't need to make a drastic decision now.
Yeah.
If you wanna hold off, that's fine. And then as soon as we get updated information, of course, we'll share it with you. And then you can decide. We can always bring you back. That's not a problem.
And I'll be thinking, honestly, the same. That's it. You have it.
You know, think about it and, but for now, at least
Yeah, you might wanna think about it, cause once you change it, you
you can't undo it.
can't take it back, you know?
You can go down, but not up.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, maybe let them do their site visit, figure out what the cost is gonna be, and then, you know, make a decision from there.
yeah, definitely you're gonna have to come back. If you wanna request to reduce, you're gonna have to come back. When we determine what the rate's gonna be, you're gonna have to come back. But we'll try to keep it all in the same meeting and just to make it a little bit more convenient.
Alright, up to you.
Yeah, that's it, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Other than that, the structure will.
Well, as soon as a compliance inspection is conducted, then we'll let you know what needs to be done to remediate it. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is
Five
there,
thirty-four.
I'm sorry, did we name the successor, him as successor and also as to take over the lease? Did we motion that?
Yes, that was my first motion.
The
to approve it?
Okay, she would just ask.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 Is Mr. Arthur Paul Wanilo? Is he present? No? How about Jessica Cabrera Barisha?
She's online.
Okay, there, let's,
Again, Madam Chair, Mr. Glenn A. will provide, well, like I mentioned earlier, he's providing all the constituent documents.
so when you finish,
Yeah. Okay, so, the next one, constituent matters is Jessica Cabrera. Is that Jessica, right? Barisha. And, her request is, to be deemed eligible beneficiary. And, this report was, done by one of our staff, I'm just gonna read it out. Issued is Ms. Jessica Cabrera Barisha, June 16, 2025 affidavit states that her parents Roman Tyson Cabrera and Isabel Torres Cabrera were occupying Jose Cepeda's Cruz unknown description lot in Palanta, Georgia, from July 25, 1958 to September 14, 1971. There are no date as to when the property was acquired by the United States of America government. Ms. Barisha states that her parents were using the property for residential purposes, and it's unknown to her if there was compensation or rent paid to Mr. Jose Cepeda Cruz for the Plantec Georgia property. It is also unknown that Ms. Barisha's what activity was being conducted on Mr. Jose Paredes Cruz Plantec Jr. property. Also, it's unknown to Ms. Marisha if her parents improved Mr. Jose Cepeda Properties Plantec Jr. property. So, Ms. Cabrera, Jessica Marisha submitted an affidavit as an occupier, and this also, this affidavit requires COT board of approval from the commissioners. So to be eligible beneficiary, as stated in GCA 75A11.2B, to be eligible under this provision, an applicant must sign a declaration of affidavit setting forth in sufficient detail under penalty of perjury the following facts to the extent known or reasonably uncertainable by the applicant as shown as items A through F. Number 3, findings. In review of Department of Land Management Land Web on June 4, 1958, civil case 4358, United States of America, and the declaration taking was in the process of acquiring Jose Cepeda Cruz, lot 718-2, Agana. B, in reviewing Department of Land Management Land Web, the naval government of Guam and the United States of America were acquiring property in Georgia, but known under the name of Jose Cepeda Cruz. June 3rd, June 3rd, 1993, District Court of Guam issued awards report, page 38, finds that the name Jose Cepeda Cruz as the pay of lots 178-2, 178-2-2 again. So in summary, Jessica Cabrera Marisha is requested to be deemed as eligible beneficiary under 21 GCA Chapter 75A based on her April 16, 2025 affidavit for eligibility occupied farm or ranch, stating that her parents were occupying Jose Cepeda Cruz Plantec Jr. Farm, July 25, 1958 to September 14, 1971. In review of the Department of Land Management, Land Web showed the United States of America government was in the process of acquiring Jose Cepeda Cruz lot 718-2 in Agana in June 1958, June 4th, 1958, civil case 43-58. According to the June 3rd, 1993 District Court issued awards report, page 38, Jose Cruz, Cepeda Cruz was the pay of lot 718-2 Agana, was Jose civil case did not have property acquired in the United States of America, not in Georgia. So motion to approve or deny table Jessica Cabrera Marisha as eligible beneficiary for CLTC program. So this report, what it is that Ms. Marisha claimed that her parents was occupying properties in Plantec, Georgia as a pre-occupier. And she claimed that there was land taking there where the parents were farming and land was taken from the U.S. naval government. When staff did the research, the landowner property was taken, but it was taken in Agana, not Georgia. So to be eligible for this program, you have to be occupying the property where you claim that your parents or great-grandparents were occupying and taken by the U.S. government. But in this case, she claimed that the property was taken at Georgia, but the civil case shows that it was taken in Agana. So now we're left in the board decision to see if she's eligible for this program by her affidavit.
I'm a little bit confused here. What does Mr. Jose Cepeda Cruz have to do?
He's the owner.
Does he own the property in Georgia?
Mr. Jose Cepeda Cruz is the owner of the lot that Ms. Marisha claims that that the parent was occupying, but in Georgia. But when we look at Jose Cepeda Cruz, there was a land taking but not in Jonia. It was in Agana.
No, but what's the relationship between Cruz and,
I don't have the relationship, but in our law, it says that you could be living or farming on anybody's property, even non-relative, and if you were farming at that time, even as a friend, you're eligible for that,
For the program.
for the program, yeah, you're a beneficiary.
So we're just, okay.
so you're saying Jessica's a squatter in somebody else's land and we're trying to clean it?
Not necessarily. So there's two ways, either you're a property owner or an occupier, ranch, farmer, resided.
Yeah, but that only applies to government land, right? Occupier?
Land taken, well, for the sake of becoming an eligible beneficiary, there's two ways. Either you're the individual or a descendant of an individual who either owned land, ranch, farm, occupied, or resided on land taken by the federal government between 1898 to 1968. If I understand the report correctly, Miss Jessica had claimed that the property was taken in Jonia, but through research and it was determined that no, the land of Mr. Cruz, who she claimed her grandfather or great-grandfather occupied or farmed, was really in Mauricio.
Agana.
Or Agana. So her affidavit was incorrect in terms of the municipality of what she claimed. So today, it's presented to the board to designate her as or deem her as an eligible beneficiary.
For what property?
And I think the easiest fix is for Ms. Cruz or Ms. Jessica to complete another affidavit to correct what she inadvertently stated. But however, just please know that she signed that under penalty of perjury.
You can't go back and.
Unless we get legal guidance from.
Well, she may have made a mistake. I mean, she's only transferring her knowledge, what was probably told to her.
Correct. And two, the law does say to the best of your ability.
Yeah.
So that's.
So I provided you an affidavit for your reference.
So what is the ask here? The ask here is just to put her on the list so that she can be eligible for CLTC properties?
To determine her an eligible beneficiary based on the documents that was submitted.
This
She's
is an
also
application
basing it
stage.
on being a
Application
granddaughter.
stage.
Oh, okay,
You can be a descendant of someone who owned farm, ranch, or.
That's why I asked who Mr. Cruz is here. You just clarified that he was a grandparent for her.
So this is just to make her eligible to be on the list?
To be an eligible beneficiary, to be eligible for the program.
Okay.
In-law.
I make a motion to approve Jessica Cabrera Barisha's application to be an eligible beneficiary for the CLTC program.
I'll second.
Can I clarify? Jose Cepeda Cruz was the legal owner and her relationship is like in-law.
I don't know the relationship, if it's in-law or how she's related to, but if indeed her parents or grandparents was farming on, Mr. Cruz, that property and taken by the U.S. Naval government, then they're an eligible beneficiary. Even non-relative will qualify.
The affidavit does say the name of the person or persons who occupied farm or ranch land was Roman Tysican Cabrera Isabel Torres Cabrera. Then is that Miss Jessica's grandparent?
That's what it looks like.
I think that's what she says,
So the owner of the land is her in-law.
her parents, Roman Tysican
Yeah.
Cabrera and Isabel,
Yeah.
yes, that's her parents, yeah.
So based on the affidavit for eligibility, occupied farm or ranch, property, she's claiming that her grandfather, Mr. Roman, and her grandmother utilized the property owned by Mr. Jose Cepeda, who is an in-law, but nonetheless, based on the eligibility criteria as an occupier, she's a descendant of someone who occupied land that was taken by the federal government. It's just that the address that she placed was Palenque, Georgia, but again, the law says to the best of your ability. And as Commissioner Respicio said, she may have mistakenly put the wrong municipality
She was told.
or told.
So my motion's still open, or?
Yeah, still.
You seconded
I
it.
second. I stick with it.
Yeah.
Is there a new discovery or what?
I just went out to my director that, you know, when we, the board decides if they're eligible beneficiary, and based on the affidavit that was submitted, that we had mentioned that the affidavit claims that they were living or farming or ranching in Georgia, and, you know, and if we found the taking that was actually in Georgia, then I'm fine with it, because that's what the law requires, but the taking was in Agana. So it's not where she claims her parents or grandparents was farming and, you know, occupying the property.
What does the proximity of Pagana versus Jonah have to do with us awarding her property?
Because when, part of the requirements is, in the affidavits, is to provide the lot description, the owner, the location, and everything, so that when you say I'm farming here in Georgia, you have to give the name of the landowner, description, lot description, everything. And then when we do our research, Mr. Cruz, example, never owned a property in Georgia, but he had a property in Agana. So you can't say that, you know, that he was farming here, and that's not his property, he owns the property in Agana.
Maybe we need her to come in and correct her affidavit.
Just remember that the form is, you sign this under penalty of perjury.
But, you know,
But it could be to the best.
going with what Commissioner Respicio said, that maybe she inadvertently, or to the best of her knowledge, thought it was there.
And
So
that's
why
what the
don't we
law
have her
calls
come
for.
back in and update it?
She's online.
She's online.
She's not saying anything.
Is she able to?
Can't unmute.
No, she has to,
She has to unmute herself.
she has to unmute herself.
Yeah.
She's there.
Call her.
She's signed in.
Hello,
There. She's there now.
Have you heard what's?
hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yes,
can you hear us?
So what's your question to her?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, you know, I was just listening and I think, everything is all mixed up. Who is this, the one in the black hat?
Glad.
Okay, yes, sir, well, Roman Cabrera is my dad, he is not my grandpa. And Jose Cepeda Cruz is my dad's brother-in-law, where he was the one that sponsored my dad to come in Guam, 1958. So, I don't know where did the land come from in Agana? And, I never said that, they had a land taking. I never said that. I don't know where did you guys get that?
So, If I may, in the affidavit here, it says that the,
Land acquired by the United States government.
No,
the name,
we stayed in Polanta next to Kent Farm. That was, I know I was third grade, but when my dad came here, 1958, he stayed with my uncle in, Polanta in the other side, where, their family of cookery, that's all I know. So I don't know if my uncle had a land in Agana, I do not know, but, that's what I know, only to my knowledge. Because in the affidavit, it says, to my knowledge, and that's what I know, because I grew up, 4 years in Jotnia. But we stayed next to a Kaneni farm. We stayed, we rented there for, like 4 years.
so
And
it,
when I heard my grandpa, I'm like, Roma's not my grandpa, that's my dad.
We stand corrected.
well, I'm sorry, I stand correct, but in my reading, I mentioned that, Ms. Cabrera, Versra's June 16, 2025 affidavit states that her parents, Roman Tachi Cabrera and Isabel Torres Cabrera, were occupying. So I did mention that as far as my opening statement, but as the question came, I became confused of the names. But that was my opening statement on my report. And as far as occupying, you mentioned that you were staying in Plantac, understood, and that's in the affidavit. But to be eligible beneficiary, the land takings has to be acquired at the place where they were occupying in Plantac. But that never happened. Mr. Jose Spira Cruz property that you mentioned that they were occupying in Plantac. And when we did our research, there was no land taking in Plantac. There was only a land taking in Agana.
I never said that they had a land taking in Polanta, my uncle's land, I never said that.
It's in the affidavit.
And I don't think that I put that in my affidavit, I don't think so. Because, even, Ms. Lydia asked me, if there was a land taking, and I said, I don't know, but I will do a research with my family and check, but it didn't show anything.
So I have a question. Does it says here in item number 2, the individual or descendant occupied farm, occupied can also mean residential occupation, right? So isn't the question really whether or not her parents were here as occupied residents of Guam, right? So whether or not she had land taken or not, that's kind of irrelevant because it's already been established that her father came to Guam in 1958. And since she was born in 1971, so obviously she was born in Guam, so they've been an occupant or resident of Guam back to her Father's Day of 1958 when his brother sponsored him. Isn't that what's material in order for us to determine whether or not she's eligible for the program?
Or does property need to have been taken?
Yes, it has to be taken.
So going back, right,
Okay.
to the settlement agreement, in 1898, the Treaty of Paris was established or executed, where Spain turned over the entire control of Guam to the United States. So the settlement says anywhere between 1898 and 1968. So at one point in time, Guam was under the entire control of the entire Guam was under the control of the United States government. So even to today, and one example we give everybody, or at least I do, is if your grandparents, you claimed war claims for your grandparents, they probably were held captive somewhere in Sumai or anywhere, right? They were residing there. It's considered residing because they stayed. They were farming because they had to work. So nonetheless, you are correct to determine her eligibility. Her father was here and was residing on property. The staff may not find that specific property as a taking, because maybe there is no record of it, but when we do go back in history, at one time, the entire island was under the control of the United States government, and that's when the Treaty of Paris was executed. So,
Technically,
Everything was taken.
everything.
Yeah.
And we always, I say it jokingly, but it's the truth. The gentlemen who come to, who are here to celebrate the Liberation Day, even they'll qualify for the program. Because they were here during that period. So,
Could be to her mother.
Either or.
Isabel Matern.
either or, if she's not the individual, she's a descendant of someone who occupied, farmed, or ranched some property.
so in your opinion, does she qualify even though the Palanta property wasn't taken?
Taken based on documents to prove the taking.
Yeah.
But history, and what we know, is that at one point, the entire island
Everything was
belonged.
taken. So based on history, are we within our bounds to,
For me, I would say yes. If you feel a little bit more comfortable and you wanna consult the attorney, that also is an option.
should we
But-
table this to discuss with, Mr. Miller?
Well, so I guess that's my question. When I read this, it says individual occupied farmed or, so what are the criteria for eligibility? Isn't it you just have to have been a resident who occupied during a certain period of time in which we can prove that this person was?
So the eligibility speaks to two categories, either you owned or you occupied, farmed, or ranched, or resided on property.
So the two categories, so maybe we can eliminate her from owning because this portion of 3 is unclear, but we can certainly say that she qualifies under the eligibility of occupying.
Right.
I would have to check if indeed Mr. Jose Espira Cruz has property in Palanta. Because if they're claiming that they're occupying a property in that
No, but
village.
what I'm saying is she obviously occupied because the father came here in 1958 and she was born on Guam, so she obviously lives somewhere, whether it's Jonya or Dedido, does it matter? She obviously was an occupant on this island, isn't that what the criteria is?
Yes,
That you be an occupant?
but speaking, yes, correct, you're correct. But speaking to the document she filled out, she's claiming Jonya.
Oh, so it's erroneous.
Yes.
We don't know that, because this is to the best of her ability. I'm gonna assume that it's to the best of her ability. Because I believe when the staff went through the research, they weren't able to find anything, which is why they gave her the option to complete the affidavit for eligibility as an occupied, farmed, or ranched. So it's not,
Well, based on her verbal testimony,
She's an occupier.
she was an occupier.
or her dad and mom, her dad and her mom.
Yeah, and
She was also an occupier because,
in
This is
other words,
1971.
even if Mr. Cepeda Cruz had or didn't have land there, she basically is putting forward a claim of being a squatter for like land for Landis or stuff, you know. That's why I was asking, what's the correlation between Agana and Jotna? I mean, if the property was in Agana, it seems like the conversation was going, you can only get land in the area where your property was taken or where you were not allowed use of it. That's why I was asking that question about what's the correlation between Agana and Jotna. But on her verbal testimony, she's saying that she spent 4 years in Jotna, right? And I also heard her mention something about tank farm.
She said their farm was near Tank Farm, I believe, yeah.
So she's true verbal.
May I make a correction? My uncle's land in Volante is a walking distance from Tank Farm, because when we moved out from there in 1970, we stayed next to Tank Farm, the Canelli farm next to Tank Farm, whatever you may call it. That's what I know. Because I went to Emily Duhan Elementary School for 4 years. So I just wanted to make that correction because, I never said that my uncle's land is next to Tank Farm. We stayed, next to Tank Farm. My uncle's land is walking distance from where we stayed after, we left, his house. Cause my dad rented, a house next to the Kaneni.
What is the year?
And the Kaneni, they live next to Tank Farm.
Okay,
what
we,
is-
no, just.
What is the year of eligibility for occupied?
It doesn't matter, it's whether you owned or you farmed between 1898 and 1968.
In 1960?
So there is no specific time in between.
Yeah, so her dad came here in 1958, so he falls within that time frame, right?
So at the end of the day,
So he occupied,
they occupied it within the right period of time.
yes.
But, I mean, does she meet the criteria for us to be able to approve, or do you guys need to do more research and, you know, I guess, well, what action can we take?
Well, if you guys would feel more comfortable with consulting with the attorney, that's fine. There's no harm in that. But based on why this affidavit is available is that anyone can come forward, complete this affidavit if the staff is not able to complete a research to determine that actual property was taken.
Okay.
And if an individual chooses to complete the affidavit, this affidavit or the ownership affidavit, it's entirely up to them, because it's under penalty of perjury.
So if there's no proof of taking, then there's no real,
To
claim.
ascertain this,
Yes,
correct, there's not.
okay, so, yeah, okay, that's what I was trying to,
So she qualifies on one end in terms of time, but she disqualified herself with regard to the taking because of the location.
Miss Jessica has completed this, and based on her best of her ability, I'm assuming, had said Palanta and Jonia. That's where she stayed. Her verbal confession here is also in Jonia.
But that
But that
maybe
wasn't
she
the-
misunderstood the number 3, which is land acquired, because there was no land acquired, it was residence. She resided or occupied,
yeah.
so that should have been occupied at Palanta and Jonia, because that's what Mr. A is bringing up to us.
Speaking to her, she's claiming that the land was taken.
Yeah, but what she's saying is, she's not saying anything about taken, because it seems that what she's saying is she occupied in Jonia. She doesn't recall the first 3 words, the land acquired, so she's saying she never said land was acquired, she said that. So when she read number 3, she didn't read it as land was acquired, she probably read it as occupied.
Could be.
I mean, but that's what her statement is. So does she need to come in and clarify that?
It's an affidavit, it's notarized, everything you put out information is true and correct with your best of ability. And it's spelled out, outline number 3, the land acquired by United States government. It's,
Yeah, maybe we should.
I can't really say how,
Yeah.
if she misinterpreted that or misread it, but it's in the affidavit.
Okay, so according to what you, your experience, Mr. A, when they mess up on the affidavit, then it should just be no, because they're not, they probably not.
That's her sworn statement,
Yeah, that's a sworn statement, their sworn statement is false.
yes.
Okay, so is that your recommendation?
That, I'm leaving it up to you, I'm just
Yeah,
telling you right
what
now.
is your recommendation?
I'm basing myself on an affidavit, I've done a lot of affidavits
Yes,
in the
that's what I'm
past where I
asking,
came from, and in regards to real estate, and what you put down there, it better be true and correct, because later on it's gonna come around and,
Yeah, so what is your recommendation? If their affidavit is not true and correct, then we shouldn't approve the application.
based on the given information and then, based on also our research where property, the owner, of the property were two different locations. So,
If this
if
denied, would she have an
she said that if the land was taken in Plantech, I have no problem with this.
So if this is denied, would she have an opportunity down the road to reapply as an occupant?
And correct the information that, or change the information she put. You know,
That would be a legal question, I guess.
There's nothing that prohibits anyone
From
from.
reapplying?
Yeah.
Okay.
But for now,
So I withdraw my motion. I'd like to make a new motion based on our discussion and the recommendation of our staff member, Mr. A, to disqualify Ms. Jessica Barisha from being an eligible beneficiary for the CLTC program based on her affidavit of eligibility, item number 3, and the research that is presented to us.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Okay, Ross?
What time is it?
He's here. Who's next?
Arthur wanted, he's online.
Okay.
I think we called out his name earlier, but he was online already. We just missed him. We do apologize.
Okay, he's not online now, let's
We
move
move-
on, let's
we
move on
just-
to the next one.
Miss Leah Roas?
Is she present?
No.
No, okay.
So the next item, no, that's Luana Diaz. Okay. So the next item is item B under new business. We're seeking the board's direction, in regards to this matter. We have a,
Arthur Paul is there, he's the Lou Lana
Diaz?
Diaz,
Okay.
that's him.
these are Arthur,
Oh, okay.
Arthur Paul Wanilo.
Okay,
Mr. Wanilo, Mr. Arthur?
He needs to unmute, I think. Are you able to try calling him to see if he's still there?
I think Lydia is the one that's in contact with this person.
Let me-
Alright, thank you. Hello.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, well, right now we have some airplanes flying over us, we live up here towards Anderson. So there will be some kind of exercise up in the air. Hello?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, this is, Arthur Wanilo.
Can you hear us? We can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so are we gonna, shall we proceed?
Okay, Madam Chair, so we have Mr. Arthur Paul Wanilo, online. And he's requesting, is to be deemed as an eligible beneficiary. Also, Mr. Arthur Paul Wanilo is also requesting his son Arthur Paul Wanilo II to be approved as eligible beneficiary to his eligible benefits as his approved successor. So, number 2 issue, Mr. Paul Wanilo, June 19, 2025, affidavit states that his maternal grandfather, Juan Quintanilla Cruz, was utilizing Jose Reyes Quintanilla property in Maulic Agate for unknown period of time up to September 29, 1948. Mr. Wanilo is not aware of the actual relationship between his maternal grandfather, Juan Quintanilla Cruz, and landowner Jose Reyes Quintanilla, and other than they are family members. It is unknown to Mr. Wanilo if there was compensation or rent paid to Mr. Jose Reyes Quintanilla. It's also unknown to Mr. Wanilo how his maternal grandfather, Juan Quintanilla Cruz, was utilizing Mr. Jose Reyes Quintanilla's Maulic Agate lot, and if a structure was built on that property. So he submitted an affidavit as an occupier that was submitted to and requires COTC board approval. Looking fast forward, going to the findings. October 8, 1948, judgment declaration taken for civil case 2-49, the neighbor government of Guam acquired the unsurveyed lot in Maulic Agate from Jose Reyes Quintanilla. In summary, Mr. Paul Wanilo is requesting to be deemed eligible beneficiary under 21 GCA Chapter 75A based on his June 19, 2025 affidavit for eligibility occupied, farm or ranch, stating that his maternal grandfather, Juan Quintanilla Cruz, was utilizing his Jose Reyes Quintanilla's parcel in Maulic Agate for unknown period of time up to September 29, 1948. Mr. Jose Reyes Quintanilla's unsurveyed lot in Maulic was acquired by the U.S. naval government 9 days after Mr. Wanilo's maternal grandfather, Juan Quintanilla, stopped utilizing his lot. So, motion to approve, deny, or table Arthur Paul Wanilo as eligible beneficiary for COTC program. And also B, motion to approve or deny Arthur Paul Wanilo II as successor to Arthur Wanilo's residential lease. So this is a staff report that was done by one of our staff agents, Rita Tilu. Is there any questions?
When was this Arthur Paul Wanilo? When was he born? That's the,
To check in this.
because this is two separate people, you're
It is,
asking for
Arthur
when,
Paul Wanilo is the lessee, and Arthur Paul Wanilo, the second is his son.
yeah, so the applicant's request is you're asking both of them to be eligible beneficiaries, right? Shouldn't this be on two separate applications?
Junior or the second is to be named the successor.
Okay.
Arthur Paul Renilo, you're asking, is when he was born?
Yeah.
1968. 1968.
So did you find any discrepancies, Mr. A, on his form?
Other than his statement and the property that was acquired, it shows that that the property was acquired to the location where they claim that they were occupied.
So it's correct?
Yes,
The
correct.
agate is correct?
Right.
That's correct, okay.
So other than the relation to Mr. Jose Reyes Quintaniza, we don't have document on how he's related to him, but we need more documents to confirm that. But I don't wanna make an assumption, but they're related somehow, but how they're related, I don't know. We haven't got that document. So this is the case is different from the earlier one.
Yeah.
It was,
What are your recommendations?
well, his statement that their maternal grandparents were living and occupying 9 days. When they left, 9 days after that, the property was acquired, and it was the same lot description. And I get, so my recommendation that, that he is eligible for this program.
Your recommendation is what?
That he's eligible beneficiary,
Eligible or illegible?
eligible,
Eligible.
yeah. Eligible.
What about his son as successor?
Son to be his successor, right?
Yeah.
Son
to
to
be
be
his successor.
successor, yes. That would more or less follow through grandfather, yeah.
Yeah, so if we do that, if something's happened to Mr. Wanillo, his son would automatically become the
Yes,
next
yeah.
eligible beneficiary.
So this is a property in Chico.
No, okay.
Okay.
What's the name?
So,
Maulik Agate.
Maulik Agate.
But why is it that,
on the dock it says
Yeah.
Chigo.
yeah, there, Arthur Paul Janillo, if you look on the second page or the third page,
It's issued a residential lease in
yeah,
Chico.
Yeah, lot 10154-R5 Chigo.
He probably has a lease today.
huh?
Arthur Paul Winillo,
Okay,
father, he had a lease.
Yeah,
So that's in Jigo. So that's where they're, where they're occupying.
so why?
So
why-
he's,
Go ahead.
so what he's trying to do is to get his son
To get a lease in
to get a lease, NIGA, so he has to go through that process, he has to be eligible beneficiary. Eligible.
When
so
did
why
his son
mention
apply?
Quintanilla? And Jose Regis Quintaniza from Maulik Agate?
Because
I don't get it.
Because then the law now that requires that, it's no longer native CHamoru, chapter 75, we're going through chapter 75A, where we just mentioned earlier, there are two ways to qualify for the program. Either living, farming or occupying between 1898 to 1968, or if or through an affidavit. So this is one of the ways where he's trying to get himself to qualified through an affidavit.
Just to clarify again, his dad has a lease in Jigo, but they're going through this process to get a lease for the son in Agate, is that?
To be a successor?
To be a successor?
Yeah.
To be successor.
No, I mean,
They're using,
the
they're
father's,
They're-
they're
okay.
claiming that
Yeah.
Mr. Wanillo's grandfather was utilizing property in Agate that was owned by Mr. Jose Regis Quintanilla.
Okay,
So because of his occupancy or utilization, whether it's to farming, residing, however, the staff was able to determine that there was a taking for Mr. Jose Regis Quintanilla. So as we go through this process of remediating all the leases with McLeod, one of the things is that we have to requalify them for the program. And in order to do so, it's through the eligible beneficiary criteria.
okay,
So for the request, it's to determine that Mr. Arthur Paul Wanillo is an eligible beneficiary, which is one task we have to complete prior to presenting to the board for a new lease award based on Public Law 37-131. So in addition to that, Mr. Wanillo would also, or is requesting that his Arthur Paul Wanillo II, who he has named as a successor, be also approved as an eligible beneficiary.
But didn't it also state that he abandoned the property 9 days before the taking?
So there's a section in the law, in the criteria, that says if the taking was a specific time, I think, I forgot what's the year, the 1 year will not need to apply.
That's in 75A11, point 2B1, where persons shall be considered eligible beneficiaries if the United States acquired the land on which they did not hold title or ownership, but they nevertheless had occupied farm, ranch, for land for residential agriculture purposes for at least 1 year immediately prior to the land being acquired.
So my question is on item C, he already has a residential lease, so isn't he already an eligible, wasn't his eligibility already determined?
He's a lease with McLeod.
Okay, so that's a lease with the cloud, but still, a lease with the cloud, isn't the cloud relative to the parcel, not the person's eligibility? Because when you issued the leases, wasn't he determined to be eligible and they were just giving out leases, that's my understanding.
So, because he has a lease with McLeod, and because the example Mr. Attorney Miller gave me was, today you pay property taxes, there's a law that changed the property tax rate, the next day you follow the new law. So, even though Mr. Wanillo was issued a lease prior to the amendment of the criteria for eligibility, when we reissue a new lease, because the date will be today, for example, the new eligible beneficiary criteria must apply.
So I don't see the request to reissue a new lease.
It's gonna come to that point because it's a lease with McLeod.
So every lease with the cloud, we're gonna have to reissue,
Correct.
and we're gonna have to approve, isn't that already included in the law that everything will be approved?
No,
You mean to tell me we have to go through all of those and,
2,800 plus.
There's only 19 of all the lessees that met the date and time. Only 19 out of the 2,000 some. In this case, his application is back in 1998.
yeah,
So there's a lease of a cloud. What happened to the December 2nd, 1995 at 8 o'clock, or December 4th?
So he
His
was
applica-
issued a lease before his time, that's what
Exactly,
you're saying?
yes.
okay.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, what are we approving, because,
His eligibility.
so we're trying to approve his eligibility, but he has a lease. So if we approve his eligibility today, what happens to his current lease?
Eventually, it's gonna have to be superseded with a new lease once he comes into compliance with the program.
Okay,
so this is just a first step in getting there.
It's one of many steps, yeah.
Okay. So,
Is there improvement to the property?
so what is your recommendation, Mr. A, for items number A and B?
Well, based on the information given in the affidavit and the land takings where it was, on that lot, that subject lot, I recommend that we be an eligible beneficiary, and also the person, son also to be a successor, to be approved as successor.
Was that eligible or ineligible?
Illegible.
Eligible.
Illegible. With an E, not an I. Illegible.
Given Mr. A's,
This is Commissioner Cameron, I just joined back in, I wasn't sure that you were still on. How many more minutes will it be before you end, you think?
Maybe 30.
Yeah, 30? Oh, I didn't know we were having a 7-hour meeting today, sorry.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve Arthur Paul Wanillo as an eligible beneficiary for the program, as well as a motion to approve Arthur Paul Wanillo II as successor to Arthur Wanillo's residential lease.
I second it.
All in favor, say
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, Madam Chair, again, Ms. Leah Rojas is, I don't believe is online, it's not in the, here with us today, so we'll move on to the next item under new business B, survey completion without board ratification. This speaks to all the, so at one time CLTC's process was, in order to get a lease, the prerequisite was to get your property surveyed. So we have a lot of, I don't know exactly how many. Successor of the dad, exactly. So, there was a lot of people who had completed surveys, paid for surveys, but unfortunately, it was never followed through and no lease was issued to them. Fast forward today, because the 37-131 does not speak to those who had completed surveys, we're seeking the board's guidance and direction on how we should proceed with this. Like I said, we have applicants who was told, get your property surveyed, once it's completed, a lease will be awarded to you. But however, those who did complete the survey was not awarded the lease.
So why don't we award them the lease?
Why?
For one reason, I'm not too sure why.
So why don't we follow the process and award them the lease?
Okay.
Right? I mean,
Is it because, land was not registered?
No, some
Most of them?
of them were registered, some of them are not registered, but how they completed a survey on unregistered, I'm not sure. But that was what was happening
but that's a
before.
question, if they completed a, a survey on unregistered land, we still cannot issue the lease because the land is unregistered.
Correct.
So this is only for the lands that are, the parcels that are registered and there is a complete survey.
Correct.
Okay, I just want that to be clear.
So you can make your motion.
Oh, is it, okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve the ratification, to approve leases for parcels that have already been surveyed on parcels that are registered.
Right.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I don't know if Mr.
I think he needs to come back to another meeting.
Okay. So, we're good with the tally?
Yeah,
Okay.
motion carried.
Okay. Madam Chair, the next item under new business is C, lot 153-1, Jonya, request to survey easement by MEC LLC. In your packet, you have a letter from MEC LLC. The representative for MEC is Mr. Ray Cruz, a licensed registered land surveyor. The letter was signed by Ms. Melissa V. Torres. If you just go back to the aerial image on the back of the letter, Ms. Torres owns the lot in yellow, with the lines yellow.
Okay.
Mr. Cruz, if you want to come forward. Ms. Torres is requesting to sever out the easement within the CLTC property in order to access her lot.
So So which area is that? Which
Here.
is the CLTC property?
The ones in red,
Okay, so she wants to,
sever out the easement from the,
also to create an easement,
to survey it.
yeah, to survey it. Oh, so the easement is already there, it's already been made accommodations for, and to survey it so she can have, so she and other landowners can have access to their lots,
In a
right?
sense, yes.
Because, so this whole thing is gonna, not only gonna give her access, but all the other adjoining,
Yes, there'll be
or
a dedicated
whatever's that, yeah.
easement, yes.
Okay.
Actually, if I may, my name is Raymond Cruz, I'm a professional land surveyor. I'm the exclusive surveyor for MEC, and they asked me to represent them. The request to survey the access is actually within CHamoru Trust property. And if you can see the scheme, Joe, did you plug in the schematic?
This is,
The schematic,
oh, yeah,
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz, but in the interest of time, is it just to survey that?
just to
Okay,
survey the
so-
access in
yeah.
itself, not the
Okay,
properties around
Okay,
it.
yeah, just to survey the access,
Yeah.
but that access will give, it's gonna be for other properties as well, they're gonna use that access.
Well,
Okay,
within the CHamoru Trust.
yeah, so wherever that access is,
Yeah.
okay. Is there anything else that you wanna contribute? Okay, so I make a motion to grant, Miss Melissa Joyce her request.
A second.
On her lot?
On, no, not on her lot, on the
The
easement, on the easement for,
The lot number?
for the CLTC, so she can have access to lot number 153-1, Joanna.
I'll go ahead and second the motion.
there's a
Who was,
second around.
the second?
Yes.
All in favor, say
Aye.
Okay. So can I request for the,
We'll send you a letter.
okay,
Okay.
alright, thank you.
Then, Madam Chair, the next item on the agenda, under new business D, lot 17161-R1 Gigo. We had a, Mr. Francisco who had approached the office, who would like to remove several of, abandoned junk, vehicles within the lot. However, we did inform him that only the board can decide that. I believe there's pictures that have been provided regarding what cars. If the board should consider, definitely we will make sure that he completes a waiver of liability and any other documents necessary to ensure that CLTC is indemnified from any liabilities that should occur. But again, it's up to the board.
Is this the gentleman that was there earlier that stayed for a couple of hours, Sherwin Movida?
I'm not too sure if he, I don't think he was present in the meeting.
He was representing the lady that you're talking
He
about.
came in and gave a statement.
So is this the letter that,
And this is the pictures of those broken down,
Yes,
golf carts that is at the racetrack right now?
correct.
Yeah, his name is Sherwin Movida,
Okay.
SHERWIN, Movida, MOVIDA. Just for the record, you guys know, that's the person who's actually gonna be doing it.
Okay.
It's gonna be used by the,
yes,
oh,
it is. I believe these are right outside the
oh,
office.
So it's Mr. Sherwin Mobita.
SHERWIN, then capital MOVIDA, Movida. He's a barber up there in Denver, I just know it.
You know where you get your haircut now.
So my question is,
Get a free haircut.
are we already in an agreement with an NPO for the racetrack?
No,
Or no, what is that?
right now, currently, we are going to schedule a subcommittee meeting. The Budget Act of FY 2025, there was a little section there that required CLTC to execute a non-commercial lease with the Guam Motorsports Association. There is currently at this time no document that, any contractual obligation document for CLTC and GMA.
Okay, so this is on, CLTC property and he wants to remove them because what is his interest in removing them?
Maybe he might refurbish them, we didn't ask.
Okay. So,
Who's,
only these vehicles?
who's,
Not all of them.
Yeah,
whose vehicles were they?
Well, now that it's under CLTC, there is no lessee, it's considered
Abandoned?
CLTC.
Are there some,
At that time, we don't know who was the registered owners of those side-by-sides, however, we do understand that Guam Adventures was the people who was operating the activity that utilizes those vehicles.
So they were the last known owner of those type of vehicles.
We're going out on a limb and without looking at the registration, we're gonna say yes, just based on the activity that they conducted.
Well, based on that request, it sounds very reasonable to remove blight and make it easier than everybody else. Yeah, it sounds reasonable, but I think paperwork, like you just said, Mr. Cruz, needs to be in order to waiver us of any
Release of all liabilities.
So until such time that they can come up with such a documentation, I'll go ahead and make the motion that, subject to the following requirements.
If Commissioner Cameron, you can consider that, the board requests Attorney Miller to draft the waiver of liability documents. I think it will be more comfortable that our attorney's drafting it versus anybody else.
Yeah, agreed.
So included, Commissioner Cameron?
Yes?
Did you hear what Director Cruz had said?
Go ahead, can you repeat that one comment one more time, please?
Can you include in your motion, a request from the board that Attorney Miller be the one to draft the waiver of liability documents?
Yes, of course. On that motion, we would go ahead and proceed to approve, subject to the condition that our legal counsel will look at the documentation necessary to release us of any liabilities, and that waiver of liability is strictly on the person who's doing the moving and not us.
Give me a motion.
Motion?
That's my motion.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
I,
Motion carries.
Public comment? Stay here.
so I just have a question on, with those photos, are there any other vehicles that are similar to that?
Not similar, but there's
Oh.
passenger van, there's
No,
trucks.
if he wants anything that's similar to that, can he just like take all of it?
You know, in the warehouse, I believe there was some, yeah,
In the warehouse.
in the warehouse, yeah, there's a whole bunch of junk in there.
We'll make sure he visits that lady.
Yeah, but maybe we,
I'll just tell you guys what I do know about this person.
Were
He
you
has a
public comment?
Facebook, and what he does is he takes junk
Okay,
and turns it into something else, something workable. I don't know what he does with it, but I know that he turns junk into something fantabulous. Obviously, there's people out there in the world who do stuff like that. I would only imagine that I'll one day see something that he took out of the bricks, which you see on Facebook, that it's turned into something beautiful.
We'll discuss further when. So, Madam Chair, there is nobody left for public comment.
I just had one question, what is your Joey, you have the two constituents, Robbie and, did you guys table it, motion to table? Did you have
No.
sorry.
I guess it's left open if you can consider motion or tabling Ms. Robbie Quintanilla and who's that one?
Richard Santiago.
Richard Lawrence.
what about your role?
Okay, I wanted to make a comment before we do any motions for adjournment, only because we need to lay the ground rules. Yes, just earlier today, I was voluntold to be the PIO for our commission. And, I think there should be parameters, and I should not just be able to go out road. Come on, guys, don't have that, be math with me. You know that this
You
is
take
gonna
care
be-
of it.
You're gonna have whole darts throwing at
Why
you.
don't you come up with the
So, yeah.
parameters? Come up with your parameters.
Just so we're clear,
So this is what I do, if it's okay with the commission. If there's anything to be done, and somebody comes to me, blah, 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 I'll vet it to the chair and let her, rule on it, on behalf of us. She's our chair, I trust her.
Okay,
Yes, no?
yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, Madam Chair, you're on.
I may tell you to do it if they ask a certain question.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to table, the new business, under constituent matters for, Roby Jean Quintanilla, Richard Blas Santiago, and Leah Rojas.
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there a public
So-
comment?
Madam Chair, I couldn't hear you quite earlier, your comments, when I said I would vet through you, and you made a comment in retrospect, I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said, if I don't want to, I'll let you know to do it for me.
Say that again, the last part, so you're breaking out.
She may order you to do it at the end of the day.
Are you gonna ask them a question or?
So I'll take the guards, okay.
Shall I motion to adjourn?
Okay,
Is she
so-
gonna ask a
so
question?
you're
No,
gonna
no,
do a press release.
she's-
I will make sure
she's
it
here
gets out
for
to everybody, okay, so you guys
Item
know
B
what I
under new
said.
business.
And I won't say anything else, anything more than what we do in our board meeting, okay?
Just what we decide is what you can say.
Sounds right. Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to adjourn. Somebody,
Madam Chair, I'd like to motion to adjourn.
Second.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That was kind of slow response. 6:43 p.m.
6:43 p.m.